Yeah. That's good. We're going to go ahead and a couple of quick announcements. One is I want to thank our site hosts for the experience yesterday. Thank you. Hope you all had a great time in the Portland Spirit. Get to know some people here a little bit better. Have a good fellowship and networking time. But remember tonight, you're on your phone. Make those decisions and make wise decisions as well. But we do not have any. But I just want to say that thank you again for as we go into today, there's a couple of things that'll happen. The wording committee is going to be discussing with each topic author the final resolution of the final resolution wording. In this phase, we encourage audience participation from everyone in the room. However, when the wording of the resolution to be voted, only the wording committee votes for those. Now, at the end of the day, when we vote to move everything on to tomorrow, that'll be the entire group that'll vote. So I just want to make sure that was clear. I'm going to turn it over to our chair, Dr. Rich Edwards. He is going to be running the rest of the day today, and the meeting is now yours, Dr. Edwards.
Thank you very much. I want to remind you that our objectives in this session, as in the last, our first priority for student. We want to increase participation in policy debate. So we want a topic that addresses interests of students. We're interested in finding balanced topics, and we're interested in relevance. So those three objectives, and our process today is trying to find the best resolution in each of the areas, not primarily today to talk about why we like this area and not that area, but instead to find the best resolution of wording in each area. I want to just say we have an amazing amount of expertise available in this room. We have state directors who are champions of debate, and we need to appreciate that fact. They're the ones that deal with administrators. They're the ones that get the calls from principals and superintendents and so on. And so they have an interest in the selection of our topics, and we thank them for being here, certainly. We have, at least by my count, depending on whether Susan is here or not, and she is, we have 6 former chairs of the wording committee present in this room. So tremendous amount of experience there. At the college level, we have former NDT champions and coaches of champions. At the high school level, we have coaches of finalists and amazing amount of experience available. We have wording committee members here around the table who are here because they've prepared papers and have experience with the process. And just as by word of explanation, when it comes to, if it does come to a vote, if we can't arrive at a consensus on wording, there will be a vote around the table here. And it's for that reason that it may seem that I give preference to a hand that goes up around the table here. But we do invite all of you in the room to participate. So raise your hand, let us know that you're interested in sharing a comment. And if I don't remember all of your names, please forgive me. My excuse is I'm old. So I will do my best. But we are interested in having, there was a time when the wording committee kind of did its thing, and we would show up the next morning and everybody would wonder what happened. And it's been a great change over the years that we have folks who have enough interest in the selection of the topics that you're here today and interested in participating in the process. We have one of our papers that's actually prepared by high school students. And so we have quite a range of experience here. We have coaches from large schools and small schools and all geographic regions, north, south, east, and west. And so we welcome all of your expertise here. Having said that, we want to begin the process, and we'll ask I think Dustin is already here. So we're ready to go with our first topic. So takes away, Dustin.
Oh, sorry. However, if you're.
So remember, if you're a topic author, if you can be here a little early, that would be great in case we get ahead of time. So Dustin, give us a little introduction and then we'll start with affordable housing.
So if you're looking at the resolution that's up on the screen now and you're looking at your Kyle email from yesterday and you're like, one of these things does not look like the other. We actually, coming out of the Marshall subcommittee meeting, liked the second resolution better. A lot of you know that I don't words good and I say more when I should say less. And my good friend, new friend from New Jersey yesterday was like, doesn't resolution 2 do all of the stuff you want and sound less terrible? And I was like, I need to double check on like some of the tax stuff, but it does. We talked about enacting reform. Is it bidirectional? The argument is inherently yes, it is, but by the literature, like I don't know if you want to do less affordable housing. Like the number of persuasive authors on that side advocating for less federal stuff are like, think of your good hardcore libertarian candidate that you work with and teach with that shake their fists at everything. That's kind of the literature base there. But that being said, I think it in this wording gives the federal government a little bit more wiggle room against the state's counterplan. It didn't increase radically the number of things that became topical, shifting from the 2 action verbs to reform.
All right, questions, comments in this topic area? Susan.
Here it made me stop thinking this morning as reform. There's a lot of work being done with affordable housing with like variety of ways that are not just private and public. But when you put in the word reform, and what it does to the resolution and why you put that in there for looking at all of the journey with me.
So in terms of looking at the first resolutional phrase, which was increased regulation, a lot of the things that we would want the government to do wouldn't necessarily be increasing a regulation. So like the lowest hanging fruit, getting rid of the 1999 Fair Cloth Amendment, which would increase the number of public housing units the federal government could finance, would probably not be topical under increased regulation, but it would be reform. It gives like a lot of the housing stuff in terms of movements with zoning and things like that. The literature base is really, since that debate has a lot of new life breathed into it because a lot of the state and local initiatives that are going on, there are policy experts who are trying to justify why the federal government should be able to preempt zoning law changes and things like that. And in terms of looking at reform, some of the quick searching I was doing yesterday in the Marshall subcommittee, that this would allow for better cooperation between either the states and the federal government than the more carrot and stick approach of increasing regulation. In terms of focusing on the just increasing funding or investment, that might not solve some of the other problems, which are just regulatory issues that the federal government honestly sucks at. And there are people who are like, maybe you should get better at this. And they're like, maybe sometimes we're the government.
Abby?
In ag,
you. It's not saying it's bad, is that gonna bother us to have prep classes? Do they give more latitude for the actor?
I'm thinking, so if you look at the note in the paper below this resolution, and how lazy I was. I believe that this is, Bolton's criminal justice resolution where I deleted, criminal justice. So I'll look at Bolton, and go, do you think that's a problem?
So it's Bolton's fault.
Yes, it ain't my fault. These are right there. Nothing about it.
Okay, so the app would have to be an app Congress and then to get any other,
Yeah, they're all around like 18 pounds.
yeah, I just wondered if an app was specifically used or just like generically not.
Yes, it does.
All right, other
So,
questions on that issue or others? Yes, Susan?
They units on the ground. Units, in the state, federal, partnership, but it's units on the ground. So now we give it worry about enact and. So what's the debate? Is the debate really regulation or change, or is it units on the ground or ground going?
I think like, some of the regulatory pieces are in the debate on units on the ground. That it's some of the zoning policies, it's some of the tax policies that are impacting either the ability to build some of these units or the desirability of building them. Because they just might not be profitable, for some of the people who want to build new multifamily units. So that's where some of the change tax stuff, becomes part of it. So I think the end goal is more units on the ground. But I don't think the app has to prove that they are more units, like they don't have to solve more units on the ground to be topical. I think they just have to make one of those different kinds of shifts, to be able to make that end goal a reality.
Other discussion on this topic?
Does the phrasing, if the reform is in the United States, do the houses have to be in the United States? Yeah. Trying to look at that.
I'm not actually sure. Like,
Yeah.
It's just low.
Yeah.
That's what it's from.
But I don't know if there's a way to like,
I don't know if we can reform other countries' housing.
yeah. Yeah, because in the United States.
Jonathan?
There is that saying that, more. I like the comments. Like question out. Or do you think that's just not possible?
The word. Yeah, that would be a machine crisis. It's the regulations that are causing that mess. Right.
I would say that's not a problem, because, I mean, people could run the free market apps, you have a debate about whether that solves or not, whether that's good or not. I mean, it's still, it's not bi-directional in the sense that the app is not attempting to reduce the supply of affordable housing. I suppose they could be, but I mean, I don't think there's gonna be advantage around there.
They just allow for both conservative. Like.
But I think what I kind of said earlier is I think asking for more federal action on something might limit that a little bit in terms of the expanse of the bidirectionality. Because right now, like HUD will, utilize rulemaking or Congress might do something housing related. And then they take a good old fashioned Jesus take the wheel approach. In hoping that state and local housing authorities will create a lot of their own unique rules. So I think even if you're like having the federal government act on the number of regulations still will narrow some of the potential directionality that affirmatives can take. So I think, that you could try to ban like single family zoning laws from the federal government approach. And I think that will free up eliminating the number of things like regulations that can exist on the types of houses. But I think it will also allow you to make some more smaller directed changes to like affordable housing programs, like changing the threshold for Section 8 housing voucher eligibility. So instead of 30% of income, it could be 20%. That it would allow you to reform the housing trust fund. So I like how, and maybe I'm opening Pandora's box, but I like how everybody's kind of seeing affordable housing and looking at it the terms of like anybody can afford a house. But I also like how there are federal definitions that look at it as just the term of art, helping people who cannot afford homes into homes. So I think you can actually have some good tea debates on whether or not affordable housing needs to be a term of art, or whether or not it can be a let's solve the rent is too damn high problem.
We just got a couple of minutes left. Help me with your name. Keith?
So I think on the bidirectionality, we advocate. Yes, and that is really it. So it's available, but it's going to get hard.
Yeah, Devin.
I think the way this most likely plays out, though, when thinking about criminal justice reform, is that this just ends up being like a course counterclaim topic. I don't know if that's the topic of the time. Just like it feels like people are going to look at this and be like, well, the act can do anything in any direction. So let's say the act has to be Congress, a bunch of evidence saying that can be the court. So I think the answer to that is just like if there's a good Congress key warrant for federal action on housing, then it's fine. That doesn't exist, then
Also, the question is like how that private housing results in, and so the plan really is within the whole time. So any legal mechanism which require more than just require more housing.
All right, haven't heard any proposals for change in the wording, and we're nearing the time. Are we comfortable with this wording? Do we need to do a callback?
Can I make one quick, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on expand affordable housing or expand public housing instead of reform and instead of enact. And I think, like, I don't understand really what reform adds. And I share Devon's concern about this not being about housing and it being about, and maybe that's good, but it's not really what your paper advocate.
I would push back on that. The reason I like enact and reform is because I think that it requires a large action from the affirmative, which if we're going to have bidirectional stuff, like we have to deal with the free market app. I would much rather deal with like the free market app that free markets all of affordable housing reform than like the free market app that only one kind of very narrow aspect of. So
Why do you think enact and reform encourage larger size?
because I think this might require a housing policy reform, but in my sense, enact and reform requires together a large structural change to the entire policy issue. And it seems like the only way that we can kind of really keep this topic manageable is if there is a very large obligation on the part of the affirmative to do something. I'm not wed to enacting, but I said that would be why I like those words in there, and changing just to an increase without a way to kind of distinguish between, I would like if there was another word modifying increase that like made it a big deal.
Preston?
I think that. I don't know. But I'm very fair to bar. That is all. Yeah, it's a lot of students that very strong. Very.
Well, I think to kind of go back to Dr. Berger's first question, in looking at expanding affordable housing, I think that limits just building houses and gets away from some of the debates on like repairing the quality of existing units, like some of these regulations on like the next materials that can be used and stuff like that. So I think it, like, to expand affordable housing, I think it makes the topic a lot smaller, because I think it might get rid of some of the tax stuff. I think zoning stuff will be topical. But yeah,
Nate has a comment.
I just should let an act I distract from the house. So that we can find or I still show the speed how they can put the one.
They were really pretty much at the end of the time for this discussion, so I need a kind of a sense from the wording committee. We really haven't had a particular proposal for change, a lot of discussion of enact, reform. Are we ready to vote on whether to accept this wording or whether we want to call back? What's the feeling here?
Excellent.
Okay. Everybody agree? No callback? Thank you, Dustin. Preston, are you up with agriculture? Yeah, I got it. Dr. Weaver reminds me we need a vote. So a vote to accept the wording as we just did on housing. Everybody here? Yep. Unanimous? Different end of the table.
Yeah, I can see more people.
All right, Preston and Lauren's paper on agricultural subsidies. So Preston, you have some opening comments?
Wording wise, I think that this is the wording that we decided on through this whole process last year. It made the Marshall Subcommittee very quick on this. There were some concerns in the debatability roundtable about this topic getting too large and unwieldy because there wasn't like a list limit on topics. I think at the high school level, the list only increases the risk that people don't vote for it because the words just add. But also I think that there's like, while there are like additional subsidies, a lot of them that are not included in the kind of like college list or things like drought relief, which I don't see for many successful farmers being like, we should cut drought relief because those are sort of like natural disaster preparedness stuff. So I think we should stick with this wording and hopefully do it quickly.
Okay, I just have one comment. So, and I support this topic. I don't even really have a suggestion for change. I just disagree with one part of the topic paper that says that agricultural subsidies are exclusively direct payments. I think that agricultural subsidies, according to the definitions that are in the file, include other kinds of support extended by the federal government to certain farmers and agribusinesses. It includes indirect subsidies such as tax breaks. It includes when the federal government purchases goods, when they direct the private body to carry out one or more of the functions illustrated above, or when they offer price support and also trade relief. So the paper implies that subsidies are direct payments, and I don't think that there's definitional support for that. I'm kind of okay with that. I just want to make
I
sure.
noticed that after we had the discussion, the debatability roundtables, I went and looked at the definitions and saw the trade relief and all the other stuff. So, I mean, I assume that NFHS can just kind of edit the topic paper to maybe remove some of the implications so that there's not confusion between Kramer's intent and the definitions that support what subsidies are. I don't see why we couldn't edit the paper before it's posted.
Paragraph. Yeah, you can make that clear in the paragraph. If the topic paper itself needs to be edited, you probably need to be the one to do that.
Yeah, okay, cool. I don't know. Obviously, this is like a 3-4 word edit, I think.
And if it's a problem you want to try to solve, you can solve it by saying increase or decrease its direct payments to agriculture or its direct agricultural subsidies. I think that when we had that discussion last year, there was opposition to that move. And
I think so. I think people were worried it would make the topic too small.
okay.
Comments, questions about agriculture?
Keeping it open, my favorite apps from the college topic, all I had to do not with direct payments, but stuff like subsidies, like commodity purchasing. Yeah, I think that is yeah, I think that there wasn't really where those apps end up being cited. A lot of stuff that's talking about.
Other questions, comments, viewpoints?
Move to adopt.
All right. Hearing no further discussion, let's have a vote on the wording committee. All in favor of adopting this wording? It is done. Moving right ahead, we have Clint with American Arctic Policy. Is Clint here? Right here. Right there. There's Clint.
Ninja sneaking up on
And
me.
then sneaking. You have some opening words of wisdom for us.
Don't eat yellow snow. No, person back there like it. The Arctic policy has been embedded in a lot of debate topics in the last 25 years that I've coached, but it's never been the policy, and it's one of those things that's out of sight, out of mind thing. We don't think about the Arctic being a part of the United States, but it is. And it is a vital part of the U.S. policy. The topic that the Marshal came up with, we decided to jettison the part about climate change to give the neg some offense, and so that the affirmative would focus on increasing defense infrastructure and or sustainable economic development or economic development. I don't remember if we added the sustainable in there yet or not.
We did that.
We did.
Questions, comments? Yeah, Maggie?
It's only federal economic development, that the intent.
I think you could open it, federal could open it up for private businesses to economically develop, but I mean.
It seems to me it's the government doing. Is that?
I think when we were in Marshall, we were focusing on trying to make sure that it was US centric. It did not become a foreign topic. So like its economic development would prevent China from coming in and developing the Arctic.
It seems like a good thing to say it's states dependent. And I don't know if that's it.
Abby? Okay. Further discussion of that issue, and then we'll come back to Abby. Maggie, is your suggestion to eliminate federal government and just say United States?
Or just instead of it, with the United States in it, because it would clarify. And it would require to be done. In the element.
Dustin?
I think keeping the its in it would still allow for private economic development because it would be things like contracted through the federal government. If the argument is that the government needs some kind of control over things that are happening based on the American flag in the region, then I think it's would allow for those kinds of things as long as the federal government gets thumbs up.
Like, if we're we're mine or whatever. The government, I think, that's only on certain. Federally. I don't know if that.
Maggie, do you have a particular wording to propose to deal with that issue?
It's just for United States, but again, I don't know.
And you would put United States, or are you talking about getting rid of federal government, or are you talking?
So we're in the United States. United States.
What if, I mean, if you take out its, wouldn't that do the same thing?
We're gonna believe that you're not gonna get states over there.
Which maybe you want to, maybe that's good.
One thing worth noting is there is decent evidence, you know, it is defined in a vacuum. So there's like a totality basically there and like these style arguments. That's
Okay, Kevin has got an alternate wording up there. Let's focus our discussion on that before we go on to other issues. And Nate, I know you were discussing that, but let's focus on that question first. Yeah.
Just as background, I'd like to, of land that's in what the US has in the Arctic region, does it all belong to the United States, or is there evidence that it's actually belong? Okay, if it all belongs to the United States, then its economic development would make sense. If I happen to have a plot of land in the Arctic, that's myself, then it probably doesn't make.
Like there's land, I mean, there's private ownership of land in that part of the Arctic lies in Alaska. But of the lot of that is federally owned land itself to large swaths that are federally owned. I do understand, but it's United States possessive kind of question in this.
So help us fix it.
Well, the more elegant way to do it is to eliminate rather than places. If you want elegance, I think that's the way.
So it would, the United States should substantially increase its defense infrastructure and or economic development. Yeah.
And we think feds can increase the defense infrastructure, unless Alaska wants to have its national substantially. But you would allow for the private economic development.
Abby?
What if we did? Here, like the DAG would be economic and the military for that. Was there a reason you would get it? I know that's what.
I think that would be really down to
You would.
Help me with your name. Coulter?
It's probably the correction of uniqueness for the dissent. On the net, like you gotta have a dissent that has uniqueness. We're moving this direction, like blah, 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 impacts. And then on the opposite side, like we think we're gonna like use your vision that we just plan military increase, like this response to the app.
No, I would do the app. Military presence, and then I got economic. As like the opposite, meaning like we would just pick one of these areas instead of both. We would solve the like. The problem and, like,
Rich?
My follow-on question to that would be directed to Clint and say, if we take out economic, we make the resolution so small that it would be unviable.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like, you know, I mean, the negative right now is getting the environment. Anything that the app's gonna do, if you take out the economic development, you also give the economic development and the environment, and all you're left with is military infrastructure.
So in a minute, I'm going to ask the wording committee for a decision about whether to get rid of federal government or to add United States a second time. Let's try to focus the discussion on that advice that you have.
Economic development first in the market, and it's so that it.
I mean, you can make that argument. I mean, but
It.
What about the word domestic?
Oh,
Does that do it?
where?
it's
Or-
domestic.
Where would you put domestic, Darren?
I do say inclination, we put it in front of defense, but it may also be in front of economic.
Rich.
Yeah.
Brett. This goes back to Maggie's concern. Maggie, do you think that this is fixed by keeping the original resolution and then moving economic development first and its development or its defense infrastructure second, to make clear that it doesn't distribute amongst both economic development and defense infrastructure?
Yeah, I think. Allow.
Yeah, as Kevin points out, we got to do one thing at a time. And I do hear the argument that one might fix the other, but let's make a decision first of all. Any other advice for the wording committee, first of all, on this question of whether we'll eliminate federal government versus adding the second United States? Yes.
I kind of feel like that seems like it should be accurate. More than five.
Yeah. Again, we're experimenting in one other later resolution with the thought of eliminating federal government, just talking about United States on the thought that this has happened in several recent college resolutions. Devin?
This might be a question mostly for Clint, but is the state's counterplan particularly strong against this economic development portion?
I mean, like Alaska, if you want to say Alaska could do their part of the plan, but the Arctic extends beyond the Alaska up to the Arctic shelf and out into the the Arctic seas, going towards Russia, going towards the North Pole. So
I think affirmative under the economic vertical, like pretty good answers.
yeah, I think so.
Abraham?
People that are friends with critical infrastructure stuff, but seems to suggest that like defense infrastructure, I think, includes economic development, or like anything that we would have in the Arctic, whether it's like resource to like extraction or like. I think that would be defined as a part of the defense infrastructure apparatus because those actions would be defined as internal to our areas.
I'm sorry, only if the economic development is directly tied to that defense infrastructure. You've got other actors out there that are basically mining for rare earth metals for phones. You've got people that are drilling for natural gas and oil because there are large swaths of it up there that are untapped. There are even scientists up there that are actually going down and finding diseases that have been dormant for years and years and years to try to Jurassic Park us all to death, you know. So there's a lot of other economic development that is not directly tied to the military, but I can see where your point is.
Once we introduce the obligation of the United States to be the actor, doesn't that kind of like take out our ability to reasonably? It's hard for me to envision like what the act like we're going to increase the research, the non-military research to the Arctic. We're going to naturally like air toward the big booms that are going to. I guess I just don't. It's hard for me to imagine what the economic development app is that isn't also connected.
Okay, again, I'm going to bring us back to, we got to figure out whether we're going to have United States or federal government. Susan, you speak to that?
If it should be the United States, the federal government, you know, so that's where I think people had some good points. But you folks, if we're going to change the language on who the agent is, it's going to change both areas of this. And what the speaker just pointed out is that there, you know, the topic could be consumed, economic could be consumed in the other terminology there. But you've got to do the one first. And so you've got to decide what the topic is before you can decide what the agent is. And I agree with the last speaker that there is some issues between this being a bifurcated situation for the affirmative. I think one successful and the other one, I'm not sure.
And ask for opinions on the wording committee about keeping federal government in the topic or having United States twice.
I don't like United States twice.
If we just have United States, does the negative counterplan to just do Alaska? Does that become very good against states oriented apps? This is to the point of what Nate said, if United States might imply all of the states acting. Oh, yeah, sure, sorry. United States, like there's no federal government, does that make negative saying just Alaska counterplan? Okay, good. Okay, stay tuned.
Abby?
Yeah.
Abby?
So this is the here for October, and I've spent the whole summer just finding crowds about this. And it seems like, well, they're talking military, no defensive infrastructure, and all of the apps that are military presence typically have some economic development component because all of the evidence is like military presence necessary to secure economic development, just based off the conditions in the Arctic and the number of claims on the various areas that we need to drill. And so it seems relevant if we were to go with just one of these, that they would still be able to access the economic development with a defense infrastructure or military presence. And then the net would just be like military bad. And that is. I know that there's been like an issue, of, is this big enough to sustain the whole year? And I would say 100%. I think it is too big for even a 2-month topic, and yeah, because it was so much and a diversity of different areas and avenues and parts of the military that you could go with this. But I do think it creates like, yes, no, military and economic could be part of both sides of the debate.
Okay, so as several of you have reflected, we have 2 questions here. Let's make a decision about the actor, first of all. So any further discussion of the actor or ask for a wording committee vote? So how many of you on the wording committee think that we should eliminate federal government as the actor? Opposed to that? Okay, let's make that change, Kevin. Get rid of the other United States, and I assume get rid of its then.
That's to say, otherwise, like the US could indirectly help another country.
Okay, now discussion of whether to include defense and economic development both.
Yeah, I support including both. I feel like if Abby's argument is correct, it is good to allow the affirmative the flexibility to do both. And I worry about definitions excluding one or the other. So for example, I do think defense infrastructure very clearly is tied to military facilities. So an affirmative, for example, that wanted to increase oil leasing in the Arctic region would not be topical under a resolution that only allowed for defense infrastructure. So both in the spirit of the paper and for diversity of affirmative arguments, I support including both.
Abraham?
Part of the, so. Getting that the reason why economic development in the Arctic is fraught is because of all of these who have these outstanding claims that a private organization cannot. Like if I'm gonna go build my widget factory in the Arctic and Western tanks, and that's my widget factory. Like I am an individual and not in a point to like negotiate. So I think that, like, I haven't done a lot of research on this, but my sense is that it is not possible for there to be economic development in the Arctic that is uncontested.
Seconds.
Have to involve.
Abby?
I have a question about defense infrastructure, just as it ties into this. Does that include a like stationing of weapons and troops, or is that just the rebuild or new build of the possibility for there to be troops? I just don't know really what that particular word means versus like military. Maybe coordinate.
That actually is one. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the first result that comes up, defense infrastructure in course, and just wondering that defines defense infrastructure as the buildings and permanent installations necessary for the support, deployment, and operation of the nation's military to its defense infrastructure. So it suggests basically that defense infrastructure means bases or the functional equivalent of bases.
And the roads leading up to and things like that.
Yeah. So like all of the literature is like, in addition, like we the new Arctic policy, it would require us to build new bases and focus our stuff there as well. But this topic would only allow for us to build the infrastructure for a potential new strategy, but not move folks and stuff. To make it
If the app wanted to argue increased military presence in the Arctic good, necessary for economic development or whatever, they would have to have evidence that said building bases, building the infrastructure in the Arctic leads to us putting the, deploying more troops, putting, et cetera.
Infrastructure that doesn't then just also assume it's a call for troops and weapons, etc. Or like, why didn't we use military presence?
Yeah, because I think in my research, military presence does assume the weapons, the stance, the things like that. I was trying to stay away from just automatic nuke war arguments all the time. I a lot of the literature shows that we have, especially in the last 8 to 12 years, have actually neglected the infrastructure that is able for us to be able to put troops there, to actually have that military presence. So the call, even from the federal government itself, is that's the first step that we need to take.
Like the infrastructure and also allow the stuff series.
And I do get what you're saying, but realistic, those could be arguments that you could be making. Like, we could build bases all you want. The negative could come up. You say, hey, we're gonna rebuild the affirmative comes up, say we're gonna build landing strips, and the negative could go, well, yeah, you can build all the landing strips you want, but unless you're stationing troops there, it's nothing. These could be arguments that your debaters making around.
Based on that.
Any further discussion of presence versus installations?
Big part of what we're trying to do with wording is to avoid stupid debates, the distractions from the core of the debate, right? And like, I think the benefit of saying something like military presence is similar to me to the potentially the benefit of including both defense infrastructure and economic development in this sense, which is, if you say military presence, that might avoid, sort of dumb, so to speak, debates about whether the affirmative actually results in the increase of U.S. defense presence in the area. I think you could have a better debate about the value of U.S. military activity in the Arctic if it wasn't about whether defense infrastructure includes putting more troops there, et cetera. Similarly, the economic development part, like, you might be able to avoid some dumb debates about whether or not the affirmative is non-topical, because they want to not only increase defense infrastructure in the Arctic to promote economic development, but they also want to go the next step and do something that promotes that economic development, right? I mean, I think we should be considering whether the wording focuses the debate more on the actual merits of those things. And it's possible that keeping economic development and changing goals.
It doesn't either. Doesn't bother me. I mean, it blows the topic up more. But
I don't think defense infrastructure needs much in research, but you see military presence a lot.
like I said, it doesn't bother me. I was just, some of the feedback I got was like you trying to shy away from just military presence, military arguments, leading to war, stuff like that. There's a lot of the feedback that I got. So that's why we went with defense infrastructure.
It's tied with economic development.
I have no, I'm up for a good, hey, let's put troops, on the border of Russia and I'm up for a good debate on that too. I'm not against it. I'm saying it was the defense infrastructure was reactive to the feedback that I got. So
We have a member of the wording committee who will pick this up. Do we have a proposal to place installation with presence?
So moved.
Okay, just further discussion of that question.
Like, what's an assumed relationship between the app and the international activity in the Arctic? Like, does the app have to be like unilateral? Or were you imagining like an app that allowed for a multilateral cooperation between the Arctic and East Coast and stuff?
It would have to be unilateral because it's the domestic policy. It's if next year, if y'all hate it this year, I'll just recycle all the evidence and come back next year for the foreign topic. And throw Russia in there. Third time on Russia's the charm, right? But yeah, and then I'll throw some aging in there too. So it's aging Russian foreign policy in the Arctic. That's what we'll do next year.
We have a proposal on the table to replace installation with presence. Further discussion of that issue.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
Yes, infrastructure.
I think that is-
Is it just presence or military? Military fence infrastructure.
Yep. Do we need to vote on that or?
Yeah. Seeing no further discussion, let's take a vote. Members of the wording committee. Okay. So moved, so changed.
I think that is good.
Okay, we've got 3 minutes before our break, our first break, taking a 10-minute break. Is there further discussion of this topic before we take a vote on the wording? Okay, it looks like we got a 13-minute break. Vote of the wording committee to adopt this topic. Okay, no callback.
See,
We are in break until 10:40. No, 10:50. Is that right? 9:40. Never mind.
Yeah. This is at the end of the day, sitting with that.
All right, let's reconvene. It's 9:40. And Nathan is here. Biomedical ethics.
Just, yeah, all right. I use the. Okay. You're good.
So the biomedical ethics wording, the changes that we made was we confirmed that we took out the FG and that we simplified the list into two phrases, a more permissive regenerative medicine and keeping genetically modified organisms, two very similar buckets. So the final resolution is the United States should substantially increase its restrictions on regenerative medicine and or genetically modified organisms in the United States.
Okay, yeah.
I think this is good. I don't really see any issues with this. Seems like, yeah, I think this is good. Googled it briefly last night. Regenerative medicine is definitely a term in the literature. Obviously, GMOs is, seems elegant. I don't really have any issues or concerns with this.
Questions or comments about this topic? Focusing on the wording. Yeah, Eric?
You just remind us why you took out.
So specifically, when you switch it to regenerative medicine, and there was already some minor concerns with respect to GMOs, some states have initiated bans and restrictions already, which creates concerns that the states would be able to just like do the affirmative and replicate those laws, expand them. And just given that and how large that would limit out some of the more simple, accessible affirmatives and just like warp the debates a lot towards like state versus federal, we wanted to eliminate that question to keep the debate centered around like, how do we change the research practices and what types of standards should be done instead of the actor.
What's the concern within the United States in the context of this topic?
Restricting like foreign
Like if the
medicinal
literature exists for like large foreign things otherwise.
not much, but we didn't want to like leave that question open. We felt that like still like wrapping it into the United States like was simplified enough. Like it could be a concern that you can like restrict like trade stuff. And we just wanted to make sure that the topic stayed focused on the R&D process and things like that.
Cool, that makes sense.
For sure. If people felt like there was a words decide, we could explore it, but it still seems kind of concise.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Other wording questions on this topic?
I have a comment. So I think that there are 5 link cards for negative disadvantages in the file in the biomedical ethics paper. 2 of them are about giving personhood to animals, which I don't think that this topic requires.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not even positive it allows it.
Yeah, so the 2 cards that were in there that talked about personhood were also meant to be focusing on like litigation and how like researchers focus on like litigation costs, and that uses that as the example. So I was trying to make that part of the literature. The links as it relates to regenerative medicine are going to be more like the industry innovation style arguments, and then there will be potentially like lawsuits if there's like restrictions on that. So there's like an argument there that like that field of literature exists, but the focus would be like the industry innovation style arguments. The third disad that's put in there is the one that would be much more prominent on this because the link's more direct. So it does slightly shift the focus when you're not focusing on like clones, stem cells particularly, but regenerative medicine, the industry innovation disad, the signaling arguments are a little bit stronger in that regard because the term of art exists makes the AF have to be like within that realm. And it does group them as like 3 sets of practices. So like a lot of times they'll discuss like reactions to like regenerative medicine actions. So you can create some more generics with that.
Is restrictions to limiting, do you think it's the right size as a mechanism?
So we wanted restrictions to ensure one thing, which was just unidirectional. And we think that regenerative medicine was a more permissible area, like it expanded the AF ground a little bit in that regard, and GMOs is already like somewhat broad. So making sure that the AF is like hard in a direction with a lot of options to move in that direction means that the neg can engage the directional change of the AF and then has to engage those nuances. That was like the idea, is the AF has to do one thing, which is move in the direction of restricting. The neg can engage that premise and then add some nuance based on the way the AF innovated.
And there's no killer agent counterplan because of restrictions or anything. Does it seem that way?
Well,
Yeah.
Yes, certainly. Okay, so hopefully this will at least help out and I can like repeat questions and statements. That hopefully that's awesome. So you were asking about agent counter plans. The hope is that the United States get around the agent counter plans that present the largest threat based on like legal actions taken now and like laws that exist, putting those restrictions in place.
Other issues, questions? I am seeing and hearing none. Are the members of the wording committee ready to vote on this area?
Yep.
All in favor? All opposed? Okay, we are finished. Thank you.
Thank you.
So do we have Dr. Weaver present?
Apologize if not following up the order here.
Yes.
Can we talk a little bit about significantly versus substantially?
Yes, we can.
Just because it seems like substantially is typically the more phrasing, so I think I have a presumption toward that.
Sure. What would you like to talk about with that?
Significant.
So this is an area we talked about in the Marshall subcommittee, and I think the same conversation will occur later on in the intellectual property rights discussion. So there are different areas that you can look at for this. Substantially really refers to a quantity level of change. And you could have a very small change that would have a significant impact in copyright law and in intellectual property. I did think it was interesting that in both the intellectual property topics, we had two independent Marshall subcommittees that both came back with significantly and not substantially in this area. And I think a lot of it also goes back to case law and the way that we use significantly in the case law.
Is there a need for the second United States?
I do not believe so. In fact, I would love to have a 10-word resolution.
And we strike the second United States. I don't think that the United States federal government can do anything outside of the United States.
But that would theoretically make it topical, right?
What was that last one? It would theoretically make what?
Make it topical to reduce copyright protections in like brand.
Yeah, so the United States federal government, as far as copyright law, would have no ability to do that. So copyright law in the United States is part of the Constitution. It's in Article 1 of the Constitution. And so with that, it really is just in the United States. So we do have enforcement mechanisms through different UN areas that would allow us to try to do something in France, but we really wouldn't have any jurisdiction to do so.
In reality, it wouldn't, but
Yeah.
theoretically, that would be topical. Okay.
Maybe.
Nate?
Accomplish it. I don't know if 11 is too much.
I mean, I'd go with 11.
I was just curious, is this like would this be an area of like WTO concern? Like, I know you mentioned the UN, but is this, is this a thing that like, man?
Yeah, so there are international trade agreements dealing with intellectual property discussions. That's actually a very interesting approach to that. I'm not sure that we would have, if we have a reduction in our own protections, I'm not sure that would necessarily be a problem for the WTO. I know when we did the Millennial Copyright Act back in 1998, that was more of an issue for the WTO because we became very restrictive on what we allow to go in and out of the protection area. And so that was more of an issue. If we were to relax that, I think the world would say, thank you for doing so.
Sarah?
So after this morning, for 1 second, quick Google search. But the United States is a member of the convention that honors copyright works for authors from all member countries called the Foreign Convention. So
Yep.
every member registered their work in the US copyright regardless. So it does seem like this implicate foreign work. It's correct.
So they were given a US copyright is what they're given. So you can copyright anything. So for example, there's a great case that was done. I'll tell a quick story if I can, right? I eat up my time. But the movie Inside Out, or Inside Out, the Disney movie about emotions, that was actually originally authored by a group of Canadian film students, and they didn't have their stuff copyright protected in the United States, but they did in Canada. And it took Disney a long time before they got sued for that. And they ended up just filing their copyright in the United States. And then when that happened, then they sued Disney for lots and lots of money. It was a good time for them because essentially Disney just ripped it off and broke copyright protection on that. So when they go through the foreign copyright components, what happens there is they end up submitting for US copyright protection, and they're not actually getting copyright protection. We're not honoring their own country's copyright protection because we're honoring the US copyright protection in that case, if that makes sense. It protects them in the US, yeah.
So do we have further discussion on whether to leave in the United States or add the word it's in its place? Jonathan?
Case that we get to leave international organizations, thereby like the enforcement that the international work that there's got to be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if we want to do that, but yes, that could be a thing. And I'm not married to like taking it out. I just thought it'd be fun to have a 10-word resolution. That was a joke, by the way. But but yeah, I'm not opposed to taking it out. It just, in my honest opinion, it seems redundant to say the United States federal government should substantially reduce its copyright or substantially reduce copyright protections in the United States because it's a U.S. constitutional law, and U.S. Constitution doesn't have any impact over any other laws. But I'm also not opposed to leaving it in there.
Is there a general feeling that adding its would solve this problem as opposed to in the United States? Ruth?
Would there be any concern that its would limit it to federal government copyrights?
Right. Yeah, it'd be its protections. Yeah. I remember everything that the federal government owns, we own. There's not actually protected material there unless it's classified.
Other discussion of its versus in the United States. Yeah, Dustin.
As we're gonna stuff, like the last time the United States filed copyright
2009 movies. For the most part now, the United States has stopped caring about copyright through the WTO, that it's mostly either patents or they are framing it as intellectual property. So I don't think the way the government works, it would massively increase the types of things that could happen. Just stop like losing to China pirating.
Bolton?
Yeah, I think based on James's answer to Sarah's question, that there's probably a functional limit that exists where we probably don't, at least don't need it in the United States, and it would suffice. But that's just my reason.
All right, can I ask for a wording committee vote on that? Replace in the United States, get it out and add the word its. All in favor?
I'm agnostic.
He's looking.
Anybody in favor?
No.
No one's in favor of
I'm not
that.
in favor.
I like it. One of us in favor.
Okay, so the rest of you are opposed to that change.
I would prefer in the United States.
Okay. All right, well, let's get rid of its and leave in the United States.
Okay.
Other discussion, Brett?
Okay, so copyright protection. I think you gave like 15 or so resolutions in your topic paper. I think it was only in one of them. And I can't find the definition for that in the paper. So can you tell us a little bit about what copyright protections are and how you can tell whether or not a plan reduces them.
Yeah, so copyright protections would be the term of copyright protection. So right now, the copyright protection term for an individual would be the life of the author plus 70 years after the death, or it'd be 95 years for a corporate / anonymous work. The copyright law says anonymous work, but that really refers to corporate works. So you can reduce for example, the protections would be reduced from, say, the life of the author plus 70 years to maybe 56 years, which is what it was before 1998. So that's one area you could do. You could work on reducing the protections of derivative works. You could reduce the protections that exist for educational use components or educational setting components.
Exempting for, can you all hear? Sorry.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay? Is it okay? So he's asking what would reduction of protections actually be? So basically, copyright law is also very out of whack. So it's 85% of the law is protecting the creators, and 15% of the law is how the user will be able to use copyright. And so with that kind of out of scale whack of the law, anything that we do to allow more user uses of copyrighted material would be a reduction in the protections. Yeah.
Further discussion of this topic area?
Move to accept.
I don't know. It seems like I'm sort of outvoted on this, but
All right, hearing no further discussion and suggestion that we take a vote. All of members of the wording committee in favor of this topic wording? Opposed? Is that opposed?
No, sorry.
Okay. All right, we are finished and no callback.
All right, thank you.
Do we have Addie and Olivia here? We both gonna come?
You want?
There's one here.
There's extra staff.
We're just gonna read this here, like where it is.
You should probably use it.
Very cool. If you could little blurb on how we changed it.
That would be fine. Just by way of explanation, Addie and Olivia came last year as students interested in our process, and they're from Missouri. They came all the way from Missouri this year to present a paper here in Portland. So congratulations to them for that.
He hypes this up too much. All right. So whenever we came to this meeting, we kind of were under the understanding that critical infrastructure is extremely broad, 16 sectors. You all have probably heard Olivia or I talk about this. So we knew that we were going to narrow it down, and we chose to narrow it down to chemical and nuclear critical infrastructures just because they have been under debated, under talked about, we believe recently. We could have talked about transportation infrastructure, but that was a 2013 topic. Could have talked about water infrastructure, but that was the 2019 topic. So there was a lot of or I guess it was 2021, but there was a lot of overlap with that. So we wanted to make sure we were giving you new, fresh debates. So we decided that's why we narrowed it down to those. And we chose to kind of make it as increased protections. That was one word that we changed. Originally, we had it as reforms, but we thought protections was more suited for the literature base. And we chose substantially just because that's there. So our final wording was the United States federal government should substantially increase its protection of chemical and or nuclear critical infrastructure sectors in the United States. And also a little note on the word sectors. Sectors is there because that's what the DHS calls it. Okay.
Yes, Court.
Is there a difference between protection of these critical infrastructures and protection of the sectors? Like, I'm wondering if you can if protecting a chemical plant is not increasing a protection of of the chemical sector, is that a distinction or is it a distinction without a difference?
I think it would be a distinction without a difference. I would have to do more insight into the literature base, but I think it's a distinction without a difference. Your face is giving me a little bit of.
Are you saying
fear.
like,
Yeah.
for it to be topical, it would have to protect the entire sector rather than like a piece of the sector?
Well, or that to me, without actually being in the literature, saying that you are protecting the sector to me somehow suggests that you are like guaranteeing the viability of the economic segment that is chemical
Okay.
production. Or
Yes,
something
so-
like that, as opposed to, I'm just gonna make sure that China can't bomb our chemical plant.
So whenever we look at what the CISA talks about with it, it says like known more broadly as the chemical sector. So I would say like they're interchangeable. One's just like a shortened name for it. Is that kind of tracking with where you're going?
You can also go further into it and it'll define that sector as specific parts that make up what goes into the chemical sector. That was wordy, but it'll tell you specifically the parts that it considers as the nuclear or chemical sector.
Abraham and then Coulter.
I think that there's on this and the one things to make sectors work like areas. Right? As you, one of the strong parts of this is that the CISA is very particular about the kind of definition of critical infrastructure. So, the United States federal government should substantially increase the protection of critical infrastructure in the sector of chemical and or nuclear. I'm not sure what that last thing is, but just because like one of the things I was looking for is that there just doesn't seem to be a really, or at least in 10 seconds of Googling, like critical infrastructure versus critical nuclear infrastructure. Seems like a term that is used equal. Is there like, and one of the ways that you get away from split that is, and also in our committee, like making it that something about having the list at the end is just more aesthetically pleasing. And so that's kind of what I was looking at this, but yeah, it would be to put the chemical and or nuclear infrastructure at the end and have that be defined as the second.
Yeah, we're like perfectly amendable to that. We want to make this topic as debatable as possible. So I think if the wording committee and the room believe like that's the best way to do that, we are obviously going to go with that.
Coulter.
Just piggybacking on, this two potential solutions that I can see, what Abraham is saying, we can potentially say protection of the infrastructure of the chemical and or nuclear critical infrastructure sectors, potentially, or maybe adding assets of the nuclear critical infrastructure sector is solved your first concern. I don't remember your name though. My apologies.
Are you talking about court?
Yeah. That's of resolve that if they do see what you're saying.
But it might resolve that. I don't know if it's a problem worth resolving. Okay. I'm asking the question. I'm not actually pushing that.
I feel like it definitely is a problem.
Okay, we've got several ideas kind of on the table. Definitely, do you have a?
Yeah, I think a lot of these important, but secondary to the notion of what protection means as something that was like debated a lot on water and never really meant much of anything, but also kind of meant everything. So I'm kind of wondering if in the context of infrastructure, there's like a precise definition of it. The thing I found in some looking last night is that critical infrastructure protection seems to be a phrase that's like used itself. So this is kind of what Abe was suggesting, but maybe the move is making critical infrastructure protection the stem and then moving the sectors later, because that might solve some of this concern of like, does protection actually mean, protecting random plants or different parts of the sector? And maybe if there's just a clear term of art that's the object of it, we solve that concern.
Okay, Devin, why don't you work out that wording and we'll get suggested. Jeff?
Yeah, I think Abe was close. on this suggestion?
It's protection of critical infrastructure in chemical and nuclear sectors in the United States. Because again, we thinking that wording as written, will not pass to figure out the sector. That's probably not based on our conversation. You thought that was
Abby, did you have something to add to that?
So like the chemical sector could be vital to the infrastructure of the United States. So for protecting the sector, I could put tariffs on another country's product to protect my sector as being infrastructure in the United States, which does not seem to be you want us to protect the infrastructure or the now.
Josie?
The literature base, I would say, we didn't really see strengthen ever. So whenever we were looking into what we saw a lot of reforms and we saw a lot of protection as words that we could find. Are you talking about CISA or are you talking about the DHS? So yeah, I mean, they use strengthen, but if you go beyond that, if you go to like those more generic news sources that you find, you'll see a lot of the word protection being used.
Deb Nolan or Abraham, does that, what you see on the screen, does that get it? Deb Nolan? Who had a hand up over here? Susan.
The definition, okay, critical infrastructure is a relationship on, and this is what this comes from Homeland Security, but critical infrastructure includes the vast networks, and then it lists a lot of the 16 sectors, the transportation, commerce, clean water, electricity, and all of the vital systems. But it seems to talk about these other issues about the relationship between the sectors. And so by picking out 2 sectors out of 16, I just want a check on, your research and what the sources said, as far as how do you do that protection? I think protection is the right word. How do you do that protection when you've isolated a particular area like chemical and
So whenever you go into looking at the sources on the CISA website, they outline it as, I'm trying to scroll to find it specifically. I just had it up and then I was like, oh, I'll slide over. But it outlines it as the transportation, the creation, and the distribution. Like they specifically outline that it's the whole process. So anytime a chemical is being touched, pretty much, that's part of the infrastructure of it. So even though there is a little bit of overlap into transportation infrastructure, you could say we're taking a train, that's still considered part of the chemical sector.
And the entire critical infrastructure is kind of like a web. They're all interconnected, but we want to focus on those sectors. So you could say protecting the information technology, but it would have to be of the nuclear or chemical sector.
Yeah.
Okay, are there other, Dustin?
In this vein, to kind of address what Susan mentioned, I think you would want to insert a the before the word chemical, because your argument is that we are looking at the chemical sector or the nuclear sector. So you are directing whatever action is to just those. So you don't have to have an app that loses to, chemical getting tied to food or something like that. So even though the doesn't modify the sectors in either the DHS or the CISA plan, I think this is where we grammatically need the to specify the direction of the actions.
Okay, are we at the point where I can ask for a wording committee vote on making this switch?
Can I ask one more question?
Yep.
Okay, so my concern about the and sector, hearkening back to court, is that affirmatives must then influence the beginning to the end of the sector. So maybe that's not what you meant. Creation to disposal. I think, is that, would an app that just protected disposal of nuclear waste be topical if the app had to protect the nuclear sector?
I'm thinking about my answer for that one. I think yes, it would be. I think that would be up to like debates. Like to my extent of the knowledge, I think if somebody was going to run, like we're just protecting the disposal, obviously you're going to have a team that's like, no, it has to protect the entire sector. Like we had that on the water topic. Like they're like, no, you don't address like all 50 states water. You're only addressing like 45 of them. And we're like, well, how are you going to ever have one approach for all 50 states or whatever? So I think like teams are going to run that regardless. I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Ruth?
I think it's the subsets type argument. If you improve or protect one part of that sector, you're improving the protection of the whole sector. And so I don't see that as a major argument.
Is protection of in this context used in the literature?
Yes.
Yeah, of critical, that's a.
Yeah, we like looked into it. There's plenty of stuff coming from both the government, but then there's also many colleges like Purdue and Sam Houston State, and just like quick.
Literally say like protection of chemical or protection.
Yes.
Clear. Okay.
Yes.
The thing I just found, again, this is like relatively quick Google searches of the phrase protection of critical infrastructure versus the phrase quotes critical infrastructure protection. The latter one seems like a term of art that's used in a bunch of federal code.
And we should.
The first one I'm not as sure about. I think you're right that the first one is used more contextually in articles.
Yeah.
I think the second one is the one like critical infrastructure protection is the phrase that's actually showing up in laws. So that's, I think, the relevant.
We should definitely switch to that.
Okay, so definitely you would suggest an amendment to the amendment to
Yeah.
say it's critical infrastructure protection in the.
Yeah.
Relieving the.
I think that if we have a specific term of art there, I think it solves Brett's concern about the sectors a little bit, but not completely. I think it's still valid, but I think it at least has a more precise stem there that people can research and make a more well-defined topicality argument around or whatever.
Right. Are we at the point where we can make that amendment to go back to then to a general discussion of the topic?
Yeah.
Wording committee members, how many of you approve that amendment? Opposed? Okay, let's make the change. Court?
All right, so back to the protection. I know it's in the lid. And I know that what it means to me is an important, if not the majority of what's important about this topic. I wonder if that term, however, restricts the affirmative only to safeguarding what already exists, or if it would be topical for the affirmative to build more chemical plants, build more of some important structure that's necessary for the operation of the nuclear sector. And if it does limit to simply protection of what exists, is that adequate? And does that adequately do what you want the topic to do?
So originally we did like reforms a whole lot more, but there was a lot of concern about bidirectionality. And I don't think you can get around that if we were to use reforms. The other one was regulation, but again, you still have that issue, and there's not another really buzzword in the literature other than protections that I think would do it sufficiently. So that's just kind of like by way of elimination, we fell onto protections.
Further discussion of the amendment, Josie? Not of the amendment, but the amended resolution.
I think preservation and then like making it stronger than what it already is falls under protections, because if you're strengthening protections, there are many different routes you can go with it. So the ones that we specifically look at is it's like every 2 or every 4 years, CISA publishes a giant report on threats to each of these individual sectors. And chemical security, they had 4 that they outlined. It was like cybersecurity, bioterrorism, and then like natural disasters. So you could tie that into climate change. So strengthening the protections of what we already have has many different routes that you could go to. It would just kind of be up to students to find them, if that makes sense.
Like when you're breaking it down, because protection means to preserve it. So you only preserve it. So you might limit yourself if you just say protection on what can actually be argued. It's not going to it's actually wanting to cover. Whereas if you're strengthening, you're not only preserving, but you're becoming stronger. And I think that goes personally more towards what it seems like you're aiming at for the paper rather than just preserving. So I think if you're breaking that down, you might be able to do just a little bit if you just say it, but that's just
protection. It's one versus the 21.
Yeah.
Sarah.
I agree with that concern about the word protection, and I think the solution, although I know we talked about it earlier, might be the United States federal government should substantially strengthen its critical infrastructure in the United States in the chemical and or nuclear sector. Sorry, that's reverse in the United States there, but I think strengthening gives you the ability to build more in addition to protect what you have, which I hear is what your intention is. And I understand the concerns about it being in the literature, but I think it's maybe about.
Eric and then Abby.
I disagree with this idea of taking protection out. I think it's definitely in US law, it's a presidential directive, and it meets the intention of the authors. In the United States, critical infrastructure protection is a concept that relates to the preparedness and response to serious incidents that involve critical infrastructure or region information. I feel very confident that this allows us to be able to protect, to be able to respond and just keep what we have.
Abby and then Dustin.
Yeah, I also agree that use code and additional defenses against would do that, and that would protect. You could also add additional plans or whatever, and it overall goes to like the sustainability of the whole by adding just like there are ways in my mind to be able to add more and not just rely on what really exists. And I think that the app would probably be.
And I think also the word increase adds to that.
Dustin. Sorry.
So my favorite kind of court opinion is the concurring part, second part. And I kind of agree with the idea that protection means this preservation of what exists. But I think that modifies the idea of the sector, right? So I'm not locked into the existing nuclear or chemical infrastructure that exists now. We are caring about the lifeblood of the sector writ large. The other thing that I want to hop in on is if you get rid of the word protection, then it muddies the debate a whole heck of a lot more. Because now we get into a lengthy discussion of what security or resilience is in these sectors. So if we want to increase protection, like you look at those and it talks about critical infrastructure protection plans. So there are like well-documented courses of action that can be done to care about the health and longevity of these sectors. Instead of worrying about a single thing or worrying about strengthening, because increasing the protection implies that you're strengthening or enhancing security.
Susan.
I want to build on that last comment. the plan that it's talking about is the 2013 National Infrastructure Protection Plan called NIP. And what I like the words that we've got now for two reasons. Number one, I do believe that it does allow for increase. It does allow for change. It does allow, with those words, with the word increase critical infrastructure protection in those areas, that it allows you to highlight. There are 16 different sectors and we're saying highlight these, and that there's a reason, and then we've got both affirmative and negative around that. I think it's pretty clear.
Devin?
This is a question, are we done with this protection plan because it's a different part of the topic? Do we want to discuss this?
There's no motion on the table. Go ahead.
I'm wondering if the choice of sectors, like, what's the reasoning behind these two particular ones? The specific thing I'm thinking about is the energy sector seems to strongly overlap with both the chemical and nuclear, especially as it pertains to critical infrastructure protection. I'm wondering whether adding energy in, might avoid annoying topicality debates, might not detract too much from the intention of it. I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are, because that also is a lot of additional stuff that can be said, but I do not want to hear topicality debates about this is energy, not chemical. And I, seem like it could be.
I think energy, I'm not opposed to it at all. The only thing is that energy does broaden it a whole lot, because renewable energy is such a big thing, and then that opens it up for climate stuff. So it just kind of depends on how broad we're willing to go with the topic. But I do agree that there's a lot of overlap. And I don't remember, do you know if nuclear includes like nuclear energy?
It's specifically talking about like nuclear reactors as nuclear energy whenever we're looking at the nuclear sector. We're not talking about nuclear weapons at all whenever we're looking at just the nuclear infrastructure. That would be something entirely separate. It'd be like going into military infrastructure.
So there are plenty of topical energy apps, I think, without broadening it too much. So I think it would be fine either way. It's just that matter of making it bigger.
Exactly. I just want to avoid annoying semantic debates by just including energy in it.
Oh, 1,000%. Semantic debates, we can all agree, are fun. So we're not against adding in energy if we believe it would make more constructive debate. Like, we did our research over all 16 sectors. So like, we're married to the 16 sectors, but we're welcome to condense down that.
Okay, we're at,
Add 2 minutes, but
we're at time, but on the other hand, we're ahead of time as to our next break. So we do have some time. Yeah. So Court.
I'm satisfied on protections and sector. Actually, I think both of those comments I made earlier for the graph. I'm good with this. This is a really picky point, but it interfaces with something you just discussed, which is the paper describes the nuclear sector as not nuclear, but nuclear reactors. And I'm wondering whether it shouldn't say that in the resolution, clear that you are not discussing the nuclear weapons infrastructure.
I think if somebody gets up and starts talking about nuclear weapons, like, you've got a tea debater who's just gonna like rip them to shreds kindly. I think like if you're gonna have somebody who's gonna get up there and get them confused, and I think that's just gonna be a learning opportunity for them.
Does the list of 16 say nuclear?
It says nuclear sector.
Nuclear reactor.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's CISA. We did nuclear sectors because it does encompass the power plants, uranium mines, enrichment facilities, some storage and disposal. And we thought that just seeing nuclear reactors on there would limit it to specifically those reactors rather than the sector as a whole.
So yeah, I guess I come along the same line. It's like the name of these sectors are like a term of art, or is it called the chemical sector and called the nuclear sector? That's it. It's not. It's having it be nuclear sector, if that again allows them to get into the energy sector, or they're not termed. I don't know if they are.
So the International Atomic Energy Agency, so IAEA, I'll refer to it from that, I'll emphasize that, talks about it just as nuclear infrastructure or chemical infrastructure. And so that's like the literature base you could see in our paper. That's the source we cited on this. So calling it the nuclear sector is not wrong. It's kind of like having multiple names for one thing, if that makes sense. So like we're at the topic selection meeting, we're at the NFHS meeting, we're at the National Federation of High Schools meeting, like they're all the same thing, right? Just different names. I hope that was a really good analogy. I'm not trying to like undermine myself here. I just want to make sure I'm not saying anything dumb, but but whenever we look at it, we refer to it as like nuclear infrastructure. So referring to it as a sector makes sense.
Dustin?
I would say that it should be nuclear reactors, materials, and waste. That's what it's referred to in every single document. That even if it gets shortened to the nuclear sector, I think we want it to mirror what the government agency uses to label it as. Which makes it longer and worse. The other thing that I will add in this area is that I think chemical and nuclear or nuclear reactors, materials, and waste needs to be capitalized because it is a reference again to a specific cluster of things identified by the government.
This might be like my lack of knowledge for wording, but doesn't that open it up to being and like it doesn't group together the nuclear with waste and materials, so it becomes nuclear reactors, waste, materials?
I'd like to propose maybe a fix to this that makes it less wordy. So potentially replacing nuclear sector with nuclear energy sector or civilian nuclear sector. The CISA does talk about nuclear sector as those things, and then in the kind of paragraph below describes it as influencing or legislating over the civilian nuclear sector. I'm not sure it uses sector, civilian nuclear infrastructure. So I think if we are worried about the DoD military nuclear weapons concern and also worried about adding too many words that make it clunky, that might help.
I like that idea a lot.
Eric?
Including the word sector, eliminate the DoD probably. It's like an economic sector, just not the military. But that's the reason we add that.
I do think the use of critical infrastructure too eliminates the nuclear weapons because that's not considered critical infrastructure in any of the literature we found because it doesn't affect any of us.
Dustin and then Colton.
Make it it's talking about medical waste, nuclear materials, it eliminates like civic use of radioactive materials for like training and whatever the X state of use radioactive materials for. So I think by making it just nuclear energy, you are now limiting out some of the biggest areas that we've been writing about. Like radioactive.
Do you feel like civilian nuclear would be the word to go with that then?
No, because I think it's a distinction that does make system.
Colton and then Rory.
Yeah. So the sector that would make it really which would nullify this like document. If that was a concern.
Rory?
Yeah, I think I would say I'm either in favor of keeping it as just nuclear sector. There is some reference on, like, in this portion that I'm on CISA's website that refers to it as nuclear sector or the nuclear sector risk management agency and stuff like that. So I'm at least comfortable with that combined critical infrastructure. I would say the alternative is to just, if we didn't do that, the actual fullness and does potentially reduce the you have about the commas and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I also.
And we're not against capitalizing. If you go to CISA's website, they do capitalize like the chemical sector. So again, grammatically probably correct. Yeah, that one's not a big deal for us.
Right. I know it's your call whether or not we do callbacks. If nuclear sector excludes military, and we can have evidence that defines nuclear sector as doing that, I'm far more comfortable leaving it this way. So I think what I would be interested in is seeing a couple of cards that said nuclear sector is just the industry company, non-military side of things. And I think that might help resolve at least my concerns with this.
We do have a little bit of time to the next break, but on the other hand, if it requires some research, it might call for a callback.
We want to take care of capitalization. We got that.
That seems like a callback question too, but like that just seems like some cars can be cut on the precise way to define things.
What was that? This is the question of capitalization that's come up. What chemical one is weird. Okay, oh, okay.
My head was in the wrong place, I think.
Can I just quickly add that both CISA and the Department of Homeland Security in their overviews of the nuclear or nuclear and stuff segment straight up say it's nuclear power plants, non-nuclear reactors used for research, testing, and training, nuclear materials in medical, industrial, and academic settings, fuel fabrication, like it's all specific to non-military stuff.
You're defining nuclear sector. Okay.
So like every single element of their website is like, we do not care about.
There also does seem to be some like places on their websites where they refer to it as a.
Okay, let's agree for a callback at 3:20, our first callback for critical infrastructure, so that we can provide time for research. And if you have some research ideas on that question, if you could forward them to Addie or Olivia, that would be great, so that they can be properly informed with whatever it is you've come up with. So we're not ready to vote on this resolution yet. Any other issues for discussion that might inform them as they do some additional research work? Yeah.
I think the energy sector thing, I'll probably bring that up again in the callback because I think there's overlap between that and the other portions. And I just want to figure out what that overlap might look like.
Okay, I can look into that
Yeah.
too before.
All right, let's take a break a little bit early then and come back a little bit early since we have 4 items after break. So is Greg in the room?
Yeah.
Greg, if we could come back at like 10:45, would that be good to start with food? If you break until 10:45.
Yeah, here, let me write it down.
So I'm not supposed to talk here, but I have this concern. If we say civilian infrastructure, it looks to me like that's a Department of Energy, not the Department of Homeland Security. Department of Homeland Security is the 16 sectors. Civilian nuclear takes, when I look at it, takes me into like Department of Energy stuff.
Nuclear sector, based on my reading, excludes all federal nuclear stuff. So that excludes DOE owned nuclear power. It also excludes military stuff. I don't know how it fits in with hospitals. So I don't think civilians fix either. I don't know if nuclear sector, I think it might exclude more things than you want to. So I'm going to send you a couple cards that I have, and then well,
so by including sector, I think we house it in the Department of Homeland Security definitions. So I think you got to look at how they, and Dustin is right. When I look at their stuff, they use that big long phrase, but I think we got to find a way to avoid that big long phrase. And
Yeah. So callbacks at the end of today, or are they?
back to this will be at 3:20. Give you enough time.
All right, go back to our little. Bounce some more. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was early.
I mean. Or.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. 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 Okay,
Scott, your comments.
the sectors. It's one of the separate sector. So it may. If you just, if you do that.
I think it's okay the way it is for them. The difference I've heard, I have seen. I understand. So we had to stay with the, if there's an official. Away from using the defense center as part of the mission. But this gets. They would. Again, that is. Yeah. One book is the next. Yeah. So I did, I give it just, and then if you can't be there, I can just take it. Sorry. Sure. No, I know. I know, but like. You know, that's what it is like our focus. Nuclear energy and all.
John Goodman keeps sending me emails about his stuff. Why hasn't Rich Edwards responded? Why is my stuff in his study? Well, it's because there's his things anyway. But I think I can send you his page. I'd love to have.
Okay, so I feel like I've talked to you about food nutrition before. The original resolution was to focus on reforming the federal dietary guidelines because currently they are emphasizing low fat, and there is not enough science supporting that, and the argument that reducing fat is increasing carbohydrates, and that's causing a lot of trouble. And packaged food, ultra processed food that I can hear crinkling in the little packages around me as I speak is a concern. So that could be a major health problem. So I thought having students research this would get to some of the debates. There's a ferocious debate over more meat or less meat, saturated fat or not saturated fat. In the background of this is the incredible chronic health problems in the United States. Something like 12% of Americans are metabolically healthy. Everyone else has metabolic problems. And most students don't know what a metabolic problem is or why that matters. So I just thought it would be a good topic to research. Rich suggested, and it'd probably advance my cause to just hand the microphone to Rich and have him talk about it. But he suggested taking out the word diet and dietary guidelines because we don't want it to sound like we're talking about diets. The problem is diet and diet are two different things, what we eat versus someone who tries to go on a diet. The research shows dieting is dangerous and damaging metabolically to young people. But in any case, we've got it at food security. So there we've got something where we're concerned about the quality of nutrition and young people having access, young people or people? People in general, having access to quality nutritious food. And so that's the resolution. And it doesn't say what I started, but it allows us to cover all the ground that I found in my research to be fascinating and important.
Questions or suggestions for this topic wording? Abraham, it's got thumbs up.
Good, we're finished.
Not so fast.
I also think we can engage a lot of outside organizations in this who are very interested and also disagree, but want to see people have better quality food. So in terms of outreach and debating it, I think it's an opportunity for us.
Olivia?
Creating more access rather than like making it better.
Sure, that's the problem, or that's a challenge. But the thing is, there's so much disagreement about what better means. Better for some means more fruits and vegetables. Better for others means, something else, or whole foods, local foods. So expanding the food programs, you'd be hard pressed to say we need to expand bad food programs. So I think it would be part of the process.
Austin?
Yeah, maybe not to say wait. Said this invites people that have several big meetings for a couple of years, but I'm kind of worried that most of this topic centered around metabolic health of foods is maybe a really tough one for a lot of folks. Exactly, I know that. Like we had here, we don't discuss food count anything like that. We restaurant we have it. I kind of worry about the wording of topic leading to those explosive discussions being really difficult for some kids.
The core science behind this, as I've read it, is the whole idea of calorie counting is an error, is a mistake. And it's based on this thermodynamic claim, calories in, calories out. That turns out not to be true or to be misleading. And instead, it's something else that's the problem. So it seems to me it's a reassuring thing that you don't need to count calories, you just need to eat healthy food. And what's healthy food? And I couldn't hear all of your comments.
It's just the discussion over healthy diets. I think food security, I think that portion is real. I think discussion over the nutrition aspect and what it is for serving healthy diet, healthy weight, et cetera, is one that I think potentially poses some very difficult positions for kids to put in, but we'll actually argue about.
Ruth and then Addie.
I think what I'm hearing, Greg, what I've read in the paper and everything, is it's all focused on more healthy food and getting people to eat the correct way, which is pretty much the definition of nutrition security, where we've got consistent and equitable access to health and safe, foods, healthy and safe foods. But I don't know that food security is supported by anything in the paper, and I hesitate to move too much beyond of what the original intent was, because food security is a different animal than nutrition security. And it seems like the author's been focusing much more on nutrition security as opposed to food. And I think you've got two different debates here. That's my concern.
Addie.
I want to be cautious because what proper nutrition is, especially as someone who's been in the debate space. Like, think about policy debaters. When do we eat lunch? We don't, because it's not blocked out. So like a healthy diet, trying to perpetuate what that could be onto like a young mind, I think is extremely dangerous. I won't go into any of my personal experiences, but we have to be conscious of like many debaters, many high school students, the people who are going to be talking about this. We need to be extremely, extremely cautious about what we feed and what we allow, like, for information for them to retain about what a healthy diet is, because promoting any type of diet culture, even if it's saying eat more fruits and veggies, that's good for you. There are many people who are still like struggling with eating and they have eating issues. And I think we have to be like extremely cautious. And I don't know if this is a conversation that needs to stay in the high school debate studies.
Y'all are making me feel self-conscious about eating my potato chips.
We're selling chips at these debate rooms. But if we're going to get up and we're going to have debate and say we shouldn't be eating pizza and potato chips because there's going to be a peanut butter, there's going to be hundreds of pizza. Is that the right message we should be sending? And I think food security again is a great topic of debate. And I know we pointed out that that might not have been the topic of the paper, but understanding that we've seen debate like a girl, like we've seen that. We know like this is an issue within our community. Is this a debate we should be having? That's all I want.
Ruth, Abraham, and then Maggie. I'm sorry, Susan.
First of all, even though the paper may not have stressed the security of programs in the Marshall Committee, we talked about the fact that you've got, basically the United States government involved here, and we're not running around telling people, like you said, exactly what to eat or what is specifically good dieting. So it's a situation where you'll find in security programs dealing with both state and federal food programs and nutritional programs and farm to school programs and healthier food in our schools programs and a lot of different things that they talk about nutrition inside of those security programs. And so I think you get the best of both worlds with that wording, because you get the papers expansion on nutritional values, and you get the actual words if you go back and look at the sources, and they call them food security programs, and sometimes food and or nutritional security programs.
Yeah, so what food should be in those programs? It should be healthy food, but gosh, the experts disagree about which is healthy.
Abraham.
I think this topic I do think, like, hearing some of the concerns about nutrition, like I have an unfortunate encyclopedic knowledge of terrible arguments I've read in the past, and like obesity, just hegemony is the thing that exists in the back box, right? And people are going to read, and it's actually an issue that the military families being on food security. Like, I don't, is there a way to keep the military, we need to control people's bodies to have a good fighting force? Like just to keep that out of the topic.
Maggie, and then Abraham, and then Dustin.
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar. We had, an ask about density on the transportation infrastructure aspect. They asked about creating sidewalks. But the advantage was about military longevity and military being booked to back to fight. Middle school, our, a bunch of students were like incredibly uncomfortable the way that their bodies were least and discussed in debate. They felt really like people were saying that they were not people who should be included, and then they, like kids are say, the most the version of the topic that gets debated may not be the topic that's debated. So I would also be very cautious. The other thing that's tough is I understand your comment about there's a good debate, like everyone thinks it should be healthy. There's a good debate about what is healthy, but it seems like debating about what is healthy does trigger food, food eating disorder issues for a lot of people. Kids, exposing kids to debate about food needs, whether what they are eating is healthy in every debate is, I think, I would not be comfortable talking to kids about that in a way that avoids talking about, what the kids are eating.
Jonathan, then Dustin.
I think a totally opposite view on the topic and individual triggerability and sensitivity. I work with student populations who by all sorts of like I think at a certain level of privileging different types of like triggers, because my students are triggered and we wouldn't be able to have debates. We couldn't debate the criminal justice topic. We couldn't debate the security. Because I think that when we did this, the focus is education. Do we control how we have to do we control how we talk about it? Do we control how we talk about it? But these are important. Yeah, we can't do how to talk. They're going to be triggers, no matter almost whatever. Especially in terms of the issues that we're solving. That are really, they're going to be affected. The students inevitably get affected by a lot of uncomfortable debate about it. Because coaches don't know how to teach their kids how to have those conversations. So if we're dealing with possibility, we'll never talk about a lot of that. I think we need to learn how to talk about it. We need to know that talking about it in certain ways can be helpful. But we should never censor a conversation of the food age trigger. Or we would never be able to actually talk about important issues that all privileging certain things or certain types of vulnerabilities over others.
Okay, Dustin, and then Addie.
To take the word nutrition out and make the topic hunger and food security programs, because I think it gives a lot of grounds into the questions of accessibility, the types of food assistance programs that exist. And then I think, nutrition is an inevitable part of this conversation, but I think taking nutrition and health, the affirmative side of the topic, gives negative teams better ground on a resolution like this, because now they can be engaging in debates about whether or not the quality of food that comes through either hunger or is enough to be satiating, if it is something that dooms different populations to a variety of health or medical issues because of the
Addie, and then Sarah.
Like this, because whenever we think about how talking about difficult topics and things, we should never start the argument with a way that could potentially frame it in a dangerous or harmful way. I think framing it from the start as nutrition is dangerous, because whenever we think about diet culture, dieting, certain diets aren't bad. Many different people for health reasons have to go on a keto diet, but also understanding that if you don't control it could be dangerous for you. Is definitely a conversation to be having, but should we be having that conversation in a debate space where at least high schoolers are not like experts on one health, one individual, whenever somebody else's dogs were not I think that's dangerous, like territory. Focusing specifically on focusing specifically on food security and access to food programs would be a better way to frame it. Because you can't work with farmers. Like every other person, working with farmers, have access to crops that are throwing away or burning them, or donating them, like having that as a potential improvement in food security and having nutritional benefits as an advantage is a fantastic way.
Sarah and then Court.
Is that is for the programs and it's very specific to 16 programs, which is a nice limit what the topic is going to be. And the programs are listed farmers research programs, senior programs, with the family service program, the national goal and service, the school service program, child and teen care program. It's like a definitive, so like these are the security as for food and hunger security that is no longer a term of art, but it's another term. And now you're talking about anything under the fact that people have talked about.
Court.
There's also a concern, I think, that changing it simply to food security might not solve this problem, because if food security on its own without nutrition security has an independent, distinct meaning, the USDA says food security for a household means access by all members at all times to enough food for an active, healthy life. Food security includes, at a minimum, first bullet point, the ready availability of nutritionally adequate and safe foods. So I think that means you'd still be debating what nutritionally adequate and safe means.
Okay, we have about 8 more minutes on this topic. Dustin?
Hunger and food security is also a term of art that gives you the USDA is trying to target nutrition questions in a slightly different direction, even if Org is right, that like nutrition is an inevitable part of this discussion. My thought process is, what does Meg ground look like on this? And I think saying the umbrella of programs that are hunger and food security give negative teams better base level arguments on whether or not the food that is readily supplied through these programs meet the needs that individuals have to survive.
Abraham?
No. So I kind of want to respond back to what Jonathan said. I definitely agree that we are being selective in the types of concerns that we haven't talked about. What about the students that actually receive like nutrition security food? I think that probably are in the opposite way that we should be concerned with the experiences of the other students. That is something a topic that is integral to them. And yeah, I don't know a way to debate this topic that isn't going to be like the day has to say, no, you shouldn't get food assistance. And like and the app has to say you need to be a nutritional person. It seems like it seems like there is a lot. I don't know. I struggle.
Yeah, there are lots of things that are often difficult, but I think we can definitely see how to do it in terms of how to deal with this. But it's not like we know that, oh, these are some concerns, but it's in the way we teach it, not in the word. The question of the word.
But I think that our concerns about like people with eating disorders, students or like I think that we should be concerned.
Yeah, but not in the thing, it's nothing, the word that actually is true. But it's true. I mean,
right, but like we have to put that in context of the map. very easy low hanging fruit where like people can just read apps about how your body hurts agility because the two facts fight.
Okay, we're nearing the end of time. Let's have Colton and then Addie.
Yeah. So I think we should focus on what gets us to that topic. I think the other issue about like whether or not like this is triggering for some people is and it should inform whether you vote for this or not. Not a question. I don't think that's a resolutional wording.
Addie?
Just to close, I would never send the teens I coach into a realm where their identity or their body would. And if, so focusing on the wording specifically, if we word it as the way it is now, if it is all about the pedagogy of how we teach our students about that, that's the only way to have safe, constructive debate. If we're just relying on a teacher to teach it the proper way, to understand, be like, for them to have a constructive debate on it, that's a red flag number one. Because we have to assume that while we are all incredible people, we're here, we're here supporting our students, we're here trying to speak on behalf of them. There are some teachers that are not here. There are some teachers that don't know how to teach that. And there are some teachers that are going to be ignorant of the idea of that students in speech and debate suffer from eating disorders. My mom, she judges policy rounds, she brings food for the kids. Like she'll bring them granola because she knows we're not eating. So like focusing on that and someone who has recently just graduated high school, like this is extremely close to home for many debaters. And I never stress that.
Lauren and then Devin.
I have one amendment before we vote on it. I suggested some of these wording changes yesterday. I realized thinking about it. I think in the United States at the end doesn't do the thing we wanted it to do because you would expand programs where the programs are in the United States, but the food cannot be in the United States. I think that is easily fixed by changing it to its domestic food and or nutrition security programs rather than in the United States at the end. But I don't really know if that's controversial. I think it's just a quick change.
It's one of the options that we discussed in Marshall. Any discussion of that, especially on the wording committee? We're close to time. Everybody agree with that change? Do you understand, Kevin, what they're talking about? All right, so the last question before us, are we ready to vote on this or do we have a callback issue here?
Yep.
All right, all of those in favor of this wording? All opposed? Okay, wording is adopted.
Well, I have to come back.
You don't.
Thank you very much.
Darren and disaster preparedness. Familiar?
Yes.
It's good. You were taking a long look.
Okay, so this is the wording that we eventually ended up in the Marshall. It's a modification of resolution 2 with the idea that there was some concern that if we limited these outbreaks, you may get a very reductionist set of affirmatives. That's like, my kid has a cold, that's a disease, we should stop it. Or the effects of climate change, focusing more on natural hazards, included things like earthquakes that are not likely to be solely effects of climate change. So that and I think natural hazards provides a little bit of a brighter line on that particular element of the topics with effects of climate change. We should then get into a whole debate on particular weather impacts and whether they are uniquely benefits of climate change. I think Abby has the question.
Abby.
Yeah, we discussed that in the Marshall, and Ultimately, we landed on infectious disease outbreaks. If I remember correctly, it was because of the scale of pandemics. That a pandemic would mean that it had to be a global, large scale. Whereas infectious disease outbreaks gives a little bit more room for affirmatives to operate on that particular aspect of the resolution. Yeah, there's actually language between infectious disease outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemics. For example, pandemics and epidemics. Epidemic, you can have an outbreak that is localized. But as a large scale localized outbreak, that would be considered an epidemic, but would not be considered a pandemic. And we felt that infectious disease outbreaks would be a better sort of catch-all instead of trying to parse, oh no, this is really an epidemic versus pandemic. But Deborah, was this something you found?
Yeah, I think the answer is academic. Like, I think the idea is that. I think the answer to your question about negative ground is like state and local counterplans would be extremely good. And I think that doesn't require sort of a federal response. Like the ASCO needs to have a.
Yeah, I think so. Like, what is the US federal government preparing for in infectious disease outbreak that they could that be preparing for? That seems pandemic seems like federal. Infectious disease outbreak seems like there is, you know, anti-mask going around the preschool.
Bolton and then Tim.
So piggyback from what Adam said, infectious disease outbreak increase the occurrence of particular infectious disease above what is normally expected. And the example is given the cluster of children after school, which is really small in terms of like what Abby can produce. So I think Abby might be on something in terms of like infectious disease, the threshold that is so low that it may have like
in the do it for and now infectious disease outbreak.
Tim and then what's your name? Blake, Tim and Blake.
Pandemic. Bigger epidemic. That's the like further distinction between everything. And infectious disease outbreak, but I'm pretty sure that geographic, what constitution of the disease is the difference between a pandemic and epidemic. Not as sure about the phrase that exists.
Blake and then Lauren.
The thought commercial too with outbreaks over something like epidemic or pandemic is that if we did something with pandemic, then you are barring the affirmative from like acting on something that could lead to a pandemic, which seems counterintuitive. If the government is saying we're preparing a pandemic response, but the app can't do anything to prepare or to prevent something from actually becoming. Because that would seem to be part of the pandemic response, would be the stop the pandemic.
Lauren and then Abraham.
I think if what Tim said is correct, then we should change it to epidemics.
Proposal.
Yes.
Okay.
I would treat that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Darren. You're friendly amendment.
there is-
Everybody here on the wording committee happy with making that change? Yeah, you lose infectious in this particular case. Does that change anyone's view here?
Yeah, this is why infectious disease, I think, was the thing we end up with, right? Because we want to be able to talk about epidemics and pandemics. As
That issue was discussed in Marshall
Yeah,
and.
yeah.
Which, okay, where were we? Was it Abraham and then Preston? Okay, can we get a resolution first on the epidemic question? Has that discussion changed of you here on the wording committee?
Includes it.
Okay, that is not the wishes of the topic author, although those might be important things for kids to learn about, but if that's not the wishes, then she probably.
Darren, that's you.
So I'm trying to see if I can find it, because I think the way that we can solve both of these things, and I'm trying to find whether this definition exists, would be to go with infectious epidemics. I haven't yet. I've just started trying to see if that term exists in the literature.
All right, well, back to Abraham first and then Preston and then Abby.
Why?
Work topic again.
Abraham, can you hold that thought until we resolve the question of epidemic versus Preston? Abby?
Wouldn't be able to. It seems like. So it's. In fact, the pandemic. is Only going to be important.
One general question I had about word was some of the concern of switching from pandemics to infectious disease that might have to first specify that disease outbreak, whether it's pandemic or epidemic before we have to do it. Or no? Is that- Okay.
It's about preparedness, right? We're thinking of something.
Yeah.
So preparedness is something.
I think I've been convinced mostly by what Preston said, to be honest, about the fact that like Ireland do not exist in a good part of the country. And I know she's just having pandemics, and I think that honestly probably solve one conversation. And anyone needs to do it.
Yeah, actually, I just looked this up, trying to find a definition for infectious disease epidemic. And you know how it defines it? Pandemic.
Cool, okay. Well, just make it pandemics, all this part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have agreement on the wording committee now for pandemic? See a lot of head shaking. Let's make that change.
Oh, one small thing, it should be alphabetical.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think probably Kevin will alphabetize all of our lists regardless of what we do. Dustin.
Wouldn't want that, couldn't we include both pandemics and epidemics? Because if there are diseases that start localized in the United States and we process them, like, there's nothing to, like, ask me and talk about how, like, if Adrian moves out, right, and that's great, and it's spread across the country. We would be able to, right, or the app would have to do that it has the concept across the board. But I think pandemics become a lot of it more limited to a lot of the things that probably is talked about in this.
Justin, if we add epidemic, do you have a reaction to the comment over here that you'd be including smoking, et cetera?
I mean, like the problem with the pandemic is that they can all keep things. People have to use that term largely by. So even if the Center for Disease Control says an epidemic or a pandemic can be a disease or undiagnosed here, like, I don't know, like, competitive and obesity app or a sleeping app is in the face of, like, what someone.
Abby?
They're preparing the potential for things to happen. You're preventing from preventing full-scale outbreaks of disease that haven't happened. So it is the dependent together is what you have to be here. So any sort of like even if a virus here would have this similar state, it still has been it can be part of it.
I support. Okay. Further discussion of this topic area? Correct.
By the topic area, do you mean the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I'm sharing Abe's concern about natural hazards. Is the purpose here to include or exclude climate change related disasters?
It is to include but not to limit to climate change disasters. But I think it is also to exclude things like a plane lands in a big city. Yeah, it's to include climate change, but to exclude things like a jumbo jet lands in the middle of Kansas City. Unless that jet was put there under the third part.
Sarah?
Which I think is all now.
So okay, so I'm being torn in kind of two directions here. One concern is that natural hazards excludes climate change because those things that follow on from climate change are human-made, not natural. And if that's not true, then I think that this includes everything because if it includes human-related climate change disasters, so a tornado that's stronger because of climate change, for example, I don't think there's anything that would be excluded under natural hazard. So I'm struggling with that term quite a bit. I don't think it's defined in your paper.
No, what it wasn't. That was because that
Okay.
initial consideration.
And there, why did we stray from natural disaster?
Okay, I see Josie, then Abraham, then Deborah.
The thing that a lot of me, and I think that it would be
I think there's two issues here. Rich showed me, the definition of natural hazards. From FEMA, and so I went and started looking for other terms, and the other term that may address some of these issues here would be to replace natural hazards with environmental disasters. Which in this first definition has an environmental disaster is an incident which takes place due to naturally or human actions results in a harmful impact upon the natural environment. And then it goes on to have about 5 different subsets of environmental disaster.
Well, just to be clear, the FEMA definition, and I know I'm not supposed to talk here, but the FEMA definition does say this is natural hazards are not to be confused with other types of hazards such as man-made hazards. Okay, Abby?
Not necessarily. I mean, you could have someone who messes up at a nuclear power plant, and that wouldn't be a terrorist act. Could be human error that results in environmental disaster.
Okay, we have 2 minutes left. Keith?
Not just including things like smog and gas leaks and, any kind of leaks. Folks really want to get into all of that plus. Pandemics and here, anything you get, plus.
Lauren?
This is an enormous topic. Like, I don't want to be negative on this topic.
Jonathan?
Because when we have one, we literally do one control now. So that's all there. And so if you're giving, I just think that still is definitely my comment that didn't necessarily order.
All right, do we feel like we can resolve this by extending a few minutes, or do we need to do a callback? Callback. Okay. So, Darren, do you have an idea of what we need to work on?
Yeah. Sometimes the callback.
Callback will be at 3:30 for disaster preparedness. All right, education reform, Donald. Welcome.
Greetings, humans. Okay. All right. All right, as you can clearly see, there was some significant changes, which I agree to. The United States federal government should substantially increase its funding of one or more of the following areas in the United States of ECE, EE, and SE. This is, as I said before, when I first came up with this topic, it really hit home for me because I think this topic now, with the changes, it really focuses on the major issues that are happening throughout the United States regarding education, specifically within urban and minority areas itself, lack of funding within the ECE area in particular, and many other issues within elementary and secondary. This topic really kind of encapsulates a lot, but they still go into recruitment and retention, but more importantly, try to get away from what happens, was it 6-7 years ago, where a lot of the AFs were about like curriculum and so on and so forth. Here, we can easily talk about school tech, still talk about teacher recruitment, as I said before, Title I funding, and also something that I haven't heard from other arguments, especially from 7 years ago, Title II funding and Title III funding as well, which is no one really talks about, which is extremely important. Title III talks about the ELL, which is huge in education. Title II funding, which pretty much encapsulates like instructional coaching, mentoring, PLCs, which are like uber important, especially for young teachers and educators coming up, mentorships, teacher residency programs, so on and so forth. From that point on, the floor is yours, humans.
Comments, suggestions for this topic? Dustin?
Is there a way to shorten this that it's not listing out everything that's literally not secondary? Make it simpler and easier to digest, because like I'm looking at it and it just feels funky in terms of the one or more following areas and then all the different elements of education. Like, is there a way that we can just say increase its funding of non-post-secondary education and limit it to like once you're 18, the federal government stops caring about.
Ruth, and then Blake?
Pretty much what I was going to say, Dustin. We could just say pre-K through 12. Is there a reason that that was not used?
Number one, the government doesn't really care. No, I mean, there wasn't an actual quote unquote science to that concept, honestly. It was more so of really explaining here are the major issues that really want to kind of dig deep for, especially for like your novice kiddos, your babies, you know, your little rugrats that you would have also to say, hey, Ellen, you could do ECE, focusing on that now, K through 12. If we're concerned about lettering and wording, sure. But I think that this, in my personal opinion, I'm always, you know, I'm adaptable. I think this kind of gives a clear-cut vision for policy kills, and then new policy debate coaches to come in to really focus in on these issues. But I'm adaptable if it works. Absolutely.
Rich. Okay. What's your name? Definitely.
I basically don't know. Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, because you technically, you have until 20. Yeah, because I deal with a lot of IEPs myself. I write too many to count. Yeah, I think that's another reason why owning just that support. Now, I mean, because technically we call it like a 12.5, in other words, so it's depending on how each state deals with it. This is why I think the word here is incredibly important, because we're still counting those particular students who have IEPs, particularly the severe, the moderate severe students themselves. So I think while the absolutely, yeah.
Donna, do you have an opinion on making that wording change pre-K through 12?
I guess I don't have a problem with it per se.
So are you on the wording committee about that?
Is the change to non-post secondary?
Well, there were two suggestions. That was Dustin's, and I think Ruth was pre-K through 12, which I see a lot of you are teachers, so you'd be a better judge of whether that's a common term, but I see it used a lot. So would you just say substantially increase its funding of pre-K through 12 education in the United States?
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm with, okay.
Jeff, you have a suggestion, Sarah?
Yeah. Yeah. That is a pretty big mistake. I don't know how. Yeah, I'd rather go with preschool. I think the main reason why is like in regards of, now think about it. While you can get a quote unquote, you have to get certification, obviously, have for newborn and so on and so forth, it's not really considered. There came like write IEPs, like, or deal with students of that nature or evaluate them of like that. That goes through a particular board within each district. So I wouldn't be in favor of that particular concept though.
Susan and then Jonathan.
So the pre-K. So do to and battle programs that are earlier, the author said, and the term that you're going to see in federal and state documents is early learning, not pre-K. We're looking at about 3 years worth of the programs, but it also includes daycare. And so we just set up an agency in the state of Oregon for daycare and early learning. And that is something that we got from some of our other states and from the federal government. So if you want a term art for education states, -12 education in the United States is not yet for some of the work in the
For every well, I feel like it's fair. I'll follow it. If you have a program, because it's back to the problem, they're going to what they're doing. So that's a part of the like. But
Yeah, it's a thing. It's unfortunately not a thing in Louisiana. But yeah, I'm with that. Unfortunately, that's been bypassed in my wonderful state of Louisiana. How wonderful they are. Early
learning and K through 12.
You know, early learning, K through 12.
really reason about.
Okay.
Or just like,
And then Rory.
or just like rephrasing, like increases funding of education for minors in the United States. I don't know, like there must be some catch-all term for pre-college that is not. just
It
like
wouldn't be
weird
minor.
Fragmentation.
You can't read mine because you're still
Yeah,
at 18, 19, that wouldn't work. ECE, you know, ECE is ECE, comma, pre-K through 12. Because you're still dealing with students that's within, this is my personal thing, within, pre-K 3, pre-K 4, then before ECE, before you even get to pre-K 3. If, you know, certain states, if you have it.
Rory.
Early childhood education through. Yeah, it has to be early childhood.
Susan, I see you shaking your head. Do you believe the term of art is early learning as opposed to early childhood education?
Yeah.
Which one?
Early learning. If you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, so you like this wording?
No, she rather early learning.
Oh, I didn't see what was up there. Yeah, so you were saying the original would be better than this part.
Yeah.
Ruth?
This is early childhood. When I do the Google searches on both, they both come up with a lot of hits. I mean, a gazillion. But early learning seems to be referencing more of like businesses, early learning things. The only thing I find on early learning that's more governmental or something is Oregon. Oregon's early learning programs. Everything else refers to early childhood, and even the early learning references early childhood.
Stephanie? Well, first of all, do we have kind of an agreement here for going away from what's in the brackets? Yes. Okay, so we're looking at an alternative, and Stephanie, your suggestion is?
Increase funding for one meeting is total fund. So I don't know if that's.
Right, but I think I did right. If you want.
I think it could be done in the resolution, but this is.
Doing the
What do you have domestic? Do you need in the United States?
That's eliminated.
Okay.
Yes.
Think to modify the education, not the funding.
Okay, Susan?
So. Back to the listing of segments of the education system we're trying to get. Like either early learning or early childhood, or if you use early learning, then you could say early learning, elementary and secondary education is going to be your annual. That's fine, that makes a little difference. We still have three pieces in that form.
It doesn't need to be, because they got the education.
Early childhood.
Early childhood. The early childhood still wouldn't need to be in there, not early learning, because all the literature will go right back to early childhood, either or, either way, yes.
Maggie and Josie. Josie?
Of that, not that. Well, but if you have to, I would want to fix it.
Maggie?
And it seems like how the basis we had on how we but with whether we get them the money, get it. Sort of generating.
Maggie, could you hold that thought until we resolve the question of the list?
A little over 2 minutes.
And where are we?
2 minutes.
We have 2 minutes. Jennifer?
Yeah. That's where you're going. Yeah, real quick, that's what I want. I want, fully from young age, because before in the 80s, pre-K was 3 for me. Now you have a pre-K 3, you got pre-K 4, you got pre-K 12,006. So you have all that happening. So you gotta take care of that. So yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, I know that we're not addressing Maggie's question yet, but can I ask for a wording committee vote on adopting the changes that you see on the screen?
Sorry,
Are
can we
you ready for a
bifurcate?
vote on that?
Can we bifurcate the list and the domestic question? Because I support the list change, but we have to figure out making sure that the education is in the United States. And I think that's 2 different questions that Kevin's put up there nicely for us. But I think I at least support the list. And yeah.
Okay,
So this for
you're saying do the list, do that change, but you want to discuss domestic.
that's my
After that.
preference. Yes.
All right, everybody understand that?
Yes.
Are you in agreement with changing the list?
Yeah.
Okay.
Behind you, Rich.
On the topic of domestic, I did a little bit of research. There is some domestic funding that goes to the and on the obese program that they've been available in foreign countries. The domestic should be, so I think in the United States. Have the United States, yes.
Okay, we're at time, can we ask for a call back on 2 issues on resolving the United States versus domestic? And then Maggie's issue is funding the right word. And if any of you have opinions on those issues, if you could shoot them to Donald. Do some research. We in agreement here that we need a call back on this issue. I don't think we can extend, we're so close to launch. So call back at 3:40, the education topic. And Donald, do you understand those 2 issues that we're still trying to resolve? Funding and then domestic versus in the United States. Okay. Darren and Rachel.
Okay, this is the resubmission of the paper that was the bridesmaid at the 2022 meeting in terms of it finishing 6th. The big change that we've made is we have removed the phrase foreign electoral intervention from the original the resolution from 2022, which is resolution number 4.
Discussion of this wording, suggestions? Y'all are hungry? Is that it?
Hold on, Abby.
Abby.
Not within the Marshall, but within the literature, there has been legislation that's been proposed. The most prominent of those was the Tanner bill that was proposed about 12 years ago that actually was going to prioritize compactness and contiguity as the prevailing conditions for drawing after one person, one vote as a predominant condition for drawing legislative districts. So there is at least some indication that there are those in the federal government who think that that is something that even if the states ultimately decide what they look like, that the federal government can set some conditions on what it should look like or what considerations they have to take into account.
Walter and then Addie. Addie and then Abraham and then Preston.
There is. We looked it up yesterday in the market subcommittee.
Abraham.
Right, like the like over that that's optimal if all you do it.
Right, like, it seems like it's gonna be. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Preston?
Which is a big part of the reason why we removed foreign electoral intervention. Because we felt that opened the door even wider. I mean, I guess the quickest and what seems to be instinctively the quickest way to fix that would be to move it's from in front of regulation to in front of elections.
But then it's the federal election.
Right, there are, but they're virtually self-evident. All state.
Election.
That's it.
Colder, do you have any hand up?
I think we just added elections in the United States, that's all you're concerned about. Election. According to it. Right. England and.
Yeah, that or domestic elections. Which is what Rachel was suggesting.
Domestic. I couldn't it be a domestic election in Cuba? So I don't know that domestic does what you want it to do.
All right, I mean, in that event, then elections in the United States.
Potentially, you could put in its domestic elections, and that would be referring back to the United States federal government. But that also limits down to the USFG instead of state access. So
Also, arguably, even elections for federal offices are not federal elections, they're all run by states.
No.
So just take out domestic and let's talk about.
Kevin, and then Josie, Dustin.
One other wording thing that came up at the very end of yesterday's marshal, so we didn't quite get around it, is even with this current phrasing, electoral integrity regulation of elections, it still allows for like regulation of school board election or something of the sort, because in the United States, still a question of electoral integrity. I'm not really sure how we limit this, but just wanted to surface that as like a thing that we talked about that didn't fully get resolved in marshal yesterday. Like any election that happens within the United States is still topical under this phrasing, as long as any of those areas could be applied.
Josie?
We resolve one issue at a time. Rich. Can we resolve this issue first before we go?
Okay, Kevin is reminding me we need to resolve the amendment that's on the screen first before we go to other issues. Do we have any opinions on the wording committee? Are you ready to vote on that issue? Do you want more discussion of that first?
Some more discussion, because I think we're trying to figure out which elections get affected by this topic.
Okay.
I don't think we figured out that fully.
Or
Before you proceed with that, I think in the United States, as currently written on the screen, is in the wrong place. It goes after the elections instead of after.
Yeah, agree.
changing the place, does that resolve the problem that we've got? Are you happy with that amendment?
Better.
Yeah.
Darren, which elections do you want to be discussed? Maybe that's the question we focus on.
I think if we think that the word substantially has some sort of value in this, I would, in my dream world, I would say we would be looking at, of course, congressional elections, senatorial elections, presidential elections, I think you could even make a case that perhaps we should be looking at state legislative elections because there are definitely some issues with the drawing of districts in those instances. I think substantially might check back the, oh, we're going to focus on this one single school board.
So my concern with that is not focusing on a single school board. It's a regulation that applies to many school boards for many, some institution.
I actually would have less of an issue with that if it was state or certain numbers of states, especially given how much, to use the term Dustin would probably use, skullduggery is taking place in some of the school board elections.
Let's resolve this issue first. Are we ready to move in the United States and get rid of domestic?
Yes.
Are you all happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. And then let's go back to Josie's concern and then Lauren's. Josie, can you explain again?
I mean, by that logic, then we would just stop it after the words United States.
Voting rights is a well understood legal term of art. It refers to something different from other regulations.
Okay, Lauren, your concern?
I Googled electoral integrity and it is a term, but it seems to mean a bunch of different things. Seems like that might be problematic. One source says international standards and global norms for governing the appropriate conduct of elections. Another says that any election that is based on the democratic principles of universal suffrage and political equality as reflected in international standards and agreements and is professional, impartial, and transparent. Like that. I don't know. I don't love this term.
What are the affirmatives you want under electoral integrity that you don't think are covered in the other
Yeah,
areas?
it's a good question.
I guess the one thing, I think this all goes all the way back to when we were discussing this last academic year, is that if you take out electoral integrity, you then lose in a area that is more conservative, you would lose the voter ID sort of affirmatives that may be one of the few things that they could run without getting harassed by the state government. I mean, there's an argument that maybe voter ID could somehow strengthen voting rights because but I mean, you've got to go through multiple steps to get to that. Whereas electoral integrity, the links between that and voter ID, even if we don't agree with them, there's fewer logical steps.
What about, just throwing this out there, what about then replacing electoral integrity with voter identification or something like that?
If it was I think one of the reasons, like, we got rid of like the and I don't have the original resolution pulled up, but we got rid of the one part of it and included it under electoral integrity, so they could still talk about influence from other countries, but it would fall under electoral integrity instead of having to put the original language that we had from last year.
And the other part about it is that with electoral integrity, then you get access to things like vote harvesting, which you really wouldn't have a clear connection to under a word where that doesn't exist.
Thing, but what if so be
I think that kind of makes burdens.
Okay.
And I think voting rights is pretty broad term itself.
Okay.
Coulter and then Abby and then Dustin.
I was gonna strongly discourage it.
Abby?
Right.
Right, I mean, I think the issue was that there needs to be a way for conservative areas to somehow access this resolution, even if they may be in ways that this body as a whole doesn't particularly like. Um, Okay. Yeah.
Justin and then Rory.
Why put a period in reading? I don't think it makes the topic infinitely sure by doing that. I think it gets you around some of the random questions of selection, what. And then it will solve, like, it gives more freedom, more areas, by dominant, like, healthy. I think if it increases budget, period. Like, I think that becomes a palatable topic, you know, God forbid whatever happens. Circuit, I think it expands the ability that this topic is not filled by the in the next. And I think it makes it more safe if you get rid of the list.
All right, is there someone on the wording committee who wants to propose that change? Jennifer does. So let's consider that.
I was gonna like hold my tongue on the question of regulation of elections. Hoping that we would come to that at a future point, but if we're going to limit it to just that, I don't think that we've sufficiently vetted the question of what it means to regulate an election or to provide really any evidence that says that the things under that list are regulations of elections. So my understanding of campaign finance is that it is mostly a campaign regulation, not an election regulation. So, and I have a fair amount of cards that draw that distinction. So I am skeptical generally of including regulation in resolutions. And in this context, I think we have not vetted it enough. So I'm going to oppose this change, even though opposing this change, I will still go back to the question of what it means to regulate.
But in some ways, your concern is separate from whether we have to list.
Partially, but if we narrow it to that and don't specify the things that are certainly topical, my concern about what it means to regulate an election expands much more broadly. You can, that doesn't resolve my concern, but it's more efficient.
Okay, Devin?
Brett, what's your thought on changing increased regulation of elections to substantially reform elections in the United States in one or more of the following areas than keeping them? I agree with the concern about regulation. I think the goal is just reform elections, just keep the original steps short and have the list.
Supportive of that change. Ideally, it would include a direction that makes it so you can't further restrict campaign finance in the same direction that Citizens United.
Not allowed that.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. Yes. Yep.
All right, well, let's get a vote, first of all, on whether we want to drop off the list. Heard a couple of positions for that.
I think figure out the birds and then
What? So I propose to replace regulation of elections with election or electoral reform. Are you all? Okay. Fair.
Yes.
I mean, I'm hesitant because I'm not sure that is vetted. but
Like, I feel correct, in conjunction with everything else, does it still make sense?
All right, do we need further discussion on that issue? Jonathan, do you have something to address this question?
Yes, just.
Well, I think Brett is saying the change in the verb is separate from the question of whether we have the list or not. So the question before us, I think first, is whether we want to regulate or increase reform.
Assuming it's.
Or
I think that's really awkward phrasing. I think that what we're really trying to say is that the USFG should substantially reform elections in the United States. I guess there's an argument for using electoral reform because that phrase appears in some literature, but I'm not sure that it's meaningfully different if you say electoral reform. And I think it's somewhat confusing because like reform is a verb, although it's also a noun, and increase is a verb. So it's like you're saying we should do two verbs at the same time. We should increase our reform activity.
Preston, you have a view on this? Okay, we are at the lunch break point. Are we all in agreement that we need to call back?
Yes.
So, Darren, are you familiar with the issues that we need to address?
Yes.
So we're looking at.
That would be 350. All right.
why all the generic equations and all the things that you gotta put a bunch of assumptions on were like not useful and more like how you read the different X, Y's and whatever, all the things that put in there. I was like, oh, that's great. Well, is that, because at that point, it's just like complex storytelling type of stuff. They're just using equations to try to make arguments about the things they're seeing. That's it. All right, I think we got it.
All right, it's time for us to reconvene. To get that on. Time for us to reconvene here. I did bring my jacket. Hopefully all of you are staying warm. All right, we have financial regulation. Nathan, yeah, sure. Takes away.
Thank you. Okay, so out of the Marshall subcommittees, there were two concerns that wanted to be addressed. The first was double checking that financial institutions was the appropriate object and that would refer to banks, insurance companies, et cetera, but not any individual financial transaction. That ends up being true. That's fine. My analysis checking up on that, like financial institutions is the more precise word to refer to those formal entities. And the other word that was proposed, which was financial intermediaries, actually includes things like individual advisors. So that would be like a neg T argument on this topic, as opposed to like affirmative ground. So institutions makes perfect sense there. The next thing was double checking that corporate accountability was appropriately limited and whether or not that was better than corporate governance. Had a pretty good piece of evidence that said corporate accountability focuses on punitive measures, which means we're trying to keep the direction of the topic the same way, that you can't give just mere guidelines to corporations. We didn't want to blow the lid on the topic in that instance. So we have a more limited list and we've checked the object. And so the final resolution reads: the United States federal government should substantially increase its regulation of financial institutions in the United States in one or more of the following. We put the list at the end to be less threatening: anti-fraud, corporate accountability, disclosures.
Questions, comments, discussion? Yes.
Similar question to the one Preston forwarded about elections. I assume in this context, regulation probably means something. Can you speak to, any affirmative or negative division that like regulation in this resolution connotes?
So regulation, especially when you specify things like accountability disclosures, the people who have regulatory authority over those things are usually either specific agencies like the SEC, for example, or there's like authority arguments that functionally limit the affirmative into a relatively thing. The advocates in the topic paper usually reflect that in the wording.
When you think about like you can grab for either side, like it's pretty.
Yeah, regulation actually works really well in the financial context, and a lot of the like generic cards about regs, oftentimes we're talking about like finance and monetary policy. So that was like one of the goals of this resolution, is to take a lot of those generic cards that have been read time and time again against different apps that are like cut out of context and like engage those premises and like unpack the economics in a novel way through something like just unpack the regulation debate. App gets the regulations, then Ed gets the other stuff like the oversight, the incentives, et cetera. There was a question. The US could certainly create new standards on foreign entities, and that was what we wanted to avoid.
Things, but they both revolve around the same thing. Is there a reason, and I think I know it, but I want to make sure that it's anti-fraud and not just fraud.
Mm-hmm.
And the second part of that is, should anti-fraud have a hyphen?
Anti-fraud is the term of art. It's written that way, copied from the SEC's manuals. So
There are anti-fraud regulations versus the fraud regulations.
yeah, anti-fraud is a term of art. Anti-fraud is no, it's not.
I just did a define and most everything's typed. Oh no, wait, there's some. I guess it looks 50-50. Okay.
Or at least the
Well,
sources,
yeah,
the sources that I read, that phrasing was meant to be like, I tried to extract it directly as like in quote form. So like the phrasing that they used, the way they wrote it, I tried to like take that directly. And so that actually hasn't been changed. Good.
Two questions, somewhat related. First, how much does the in the United States matter in this particular topic? And then second, states counterpoint thoughts.
So in the United States is just meant to directly limit the apps that are about international banks and like talking about other countries and making an app solely about like a foreign bank or like a collapse in one country and like bailing them out or something to that extent by creating new policies there. We wanted to avoid some sort of like topic that turns into like weird monetary foreign aid and whatnot. That was the reason for in the United States. And then the state's counterplan is going to have a lot of issues with like authority for individual states, and then coordinating those things is going to create complications because there's already like federal agencies that have that responsibility. So that there's going to be pretty solid deficits in that realm.
Other questions, opinions, comments? Yes.
One last thing, I like this topic. I really think the only downside with how it's written right now is kind of the words this add. Any thoughts on making it a little bit shorter, maybe changing in one or more of the following to an and or list? Just because it's kind of long, but I think it's a dope topic.
So you're saying in
Anti-fraud, corporate accountability, and resilience.
Yeah, I mean, I think cutting down some of the words could be useful. I mean, I really don't like the amount of lines. So, I mean, cutting it down, I don't really think there's a disadd and or has like evidence that goes both ways, which means that like in general, it's well understood to have an or in this. So.
You propose that?
Yeah, I'll formally propose that. So change in one or more of the following to just in and then add your and or. So I guess you delete one or more of the following. Right.
Discussion of that change. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of head shakes. I see raise of hands. Those in the wording committee that agree. Okay, it is done.
It is firmly within the intent of this paper to avoid the words disadd.
Yeah, that's kind of the intention of my questions. I think it's a cool topic. It's fun to cut down words.
Other questions, comments, discussion, this topic area?
I think since we've settled on institutions, it likely would work.
But you would want to regulate an international bank operating in the United States.
This is the concern that I have. You want to be able to create a national law that affects more than just companies in the US. That was the one thing. So we have to add a few words in this instance.
Okay. Everyone satisfied? All in favor of adopting this wording? Opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Since we have just a little bit of extra time and while Josie is coming, let me suggest to you that the model that she has adopted in the last couple of years, I would recommend to many more of you, which is that she gets her debate classes to actually write in conjunction with her topic paper. I assume it's done kind of in the off season or something where you're not working. No, you're off season. Oh, well, that could be a little more challenging, but in any case, what a great exercise in paper writing and topic construction, thinking about topicality and all of those things. So quite a collaborative exercise. Joseph.
Thank you. I just wish they were here to defend it instead of myself. I'm in the hot seat, but they are listening, so they're in the live stream because they're nerds like that, and have been paying attention. We talked about in the Marshall subcommittee some of the wording with it and some of the changes that were suggested. We put in there. going back and talking to my kids and going over what people said and some of the definitions. We actually want, and there was questions about the word access and affordable healthcare services. And I know one of the feelings was they automatically went to universal healthcare. That is not what this paper is about. It is actually increasing access to healthcare services. So when looking at like the definition for what access means, so it's the ability to obtain healthcare services such as prevention, diagnosis, treatment, management of diseases, illnesses, disorders, and other health impacting conditions. So for healthcare to be accessible, it has to be affordable and it has to be convenient. So it's not universal healthcare, Medicare for all. And there's 4 components that make up what it means to have access to healthcare. It means that you have facilities to house healthcare. Okay, you have services. So usually that is with a source of care. That's screening and prevention services, and then timeliness, that the ability to provide healthcare where there is a need. And then one of the other key components, the last one, is workforce, that you have capable, qualified, culturally competent providers to be able to do that. And those are the things that we had said in the paper that COVID showed that we don't have that. So, you know, we really want it to say that the United States federal government should substantially increase access to affordable healthcare services in the United States. And access meaning those 4 points.
So you want to
Questions,
add?
comments,
Yes,
discussion?
please. Yeah.
Got Court and then Abby and Maggie.
What does including the word affordable in the resolution give us in terms of ground on either side? It seems to me that it potentially injects what I would say is not a particularly productive topicality debate that would suggest that just giving people the ability to access healthcare services might not be topical if those services are inherently expensive. And, you know, maybe
Sure.
they're free to you, but they are still not affordable.
We're open to having the affordable change because that could be, it may need to go out. That because actually increasing access means that you can, that includes funding, that includes that you know, can actually not just access it, but use it. So that's fine. I mean, we're amenable to that.
Abby and then Maggie.
Okay, so I did extra on that, and the reason that when I look at, you know, what we had done before with Webster Dictionary, healthcare in 2 words refers to a provider's actions. Healthcare in 1 word is a system, and you have to have the system to have the actions. So splitting it up is implying a provider's actions, and that is not what we're doing. We are actually wanting to affect the healthcare system to then enact actions.
Be able to Must you think that
I mean, it's going to provide funding and access. So there's rural areas that they do not have any access at all to medical care. And you have mobile medical vehicles. I mean, that's just one instance. Telehealth could be increasing access to medical care. So it's the federal government providing funds that then can be used essentially, or programs that can be used to increase access.
Maggie.
One
funding for building a hospital, funding for doctors, funding, for, with access to the government provides funding. Place California, funding for national program. I don't know why. But if there's good reasons why national.
Well, it's not just funding though, because you're talking about, providing or ability to obtain healthcare services. I mean, I personally, honestly, have not come up with plans for this. As far as that goes, I feel like that is dependent on each team's gonna have to come up with their own on that. But at the same time, like if you just take in Missouri, I know I gave the example where Medicaid funding was just slashed in half. You are leaving all kinds of people without any healthcare or any access to healthcare. And so if the government is increasing access, they are going to help fund 2 states, but it would have to be used in specific ways. So that would be up to teams to decide how they're going to phrase their plan on and what area they're going to tackle. But they're not, so it's. Yeah. I think there's plenty of examples that states are not solving this issue and that you have specific communities, because you can talk about, Native Americans, you can talk about minority communities where this is not being solved by states. You can talk about, gender discrimination. So it is not being solved by states. There's plenty of examples that the AF can counter with that.
Lauren.
So I did not debate the 2017 shopping national. Maybe someone like you watched. Okay, never mind. That is maybe a better direction I know that's like a radical departure from what's listed, but I agree with Maggie that the albeit limited work research I've done into Medicare for all and national health insurance seems to provide a pretty substantial controversy. And I wonder if maybe we should look at that wording. I don't know if others have thoughts on that, but to me, that sets up a better year of debates than this resolution.
Abraham.
Give a bunch of money to the biotech company, made them do that. Like it's not going to be about things that are like needs fix the like when that is peaceful. Go through our job. I don't here debate about American like it's like in the pencil.
What's your name? Mary yours.
That was intended to be it opens for women, opens for indigenous people. There's all kinds of advantage areas that open, which I think was the intention.
Yeah, yes.
of the debate.
Right. Yes.
Changing it to Medicare for all or nationalized health insurance still accesses some of these access questions with a better division of ground, a better controversy, and a better lit base. There is a pretty good college topic paper on this. I think that solves enough of what Josie wants to include while still providing a better way for students to debate the topic.
Liza.
which is what we want to avoid. We do not want
But I
that.
don't think this is a.
Jonathan and then, Colby.
Yeah, I do think that there are questions about question. In certain way, we get insurance legal now. And it seems like that's where we want to do. There are sort of rule places, there are sort of places. And even more than that. And it's not going to be put there, private. So that's probably what we do. That's where you really want to go. But I think that it's possible, but I think that it is difficult and, you know. But I think it's difficult to deal with just one. Because even if you find good things, they still might have this. So I don't necessarily know how you feel better than you want. So, but I think that both would be.
Colby.
Yeah, I guess to get more. If we can, it ascertain that we want, what we want to. We want to find that. Anything content in there. Or moving on this to be submitted.
Other opinions, questions, comments?
It just feels like, yeah, you're. And that we have of increasing access to affordable healthcare services. That doesn't address the question. The goal can only be like make a new hospital here, but what is it like? What's the advantage that's going to be generated in the investment and not the needs?
I mean, I think, when we were looking at this, like with possible AF physicians, we went with, this is a human rights issue. This is talking about pediatric care, talking about rural and urban disparities, racial disparities, gender disparities, preventable medical errors that are being made, high cost of care. You could take on big pharma. You know, you could do Medicare for all if you wanted to, but like prisoner health care, right? Healthcare on reservations. There are so many. You are not limited to 1.5 or 2.5 or whatever, you know, possible apps that you could take. You know, the original intention is not to provide a single payer. I mean, we did have one possible, like it was our least favorite, right? Resolution is establishing a national health insurance program. But it's just not, you know, because most teams might go to do the Medicare for all, and that wasn't the intention of, you know, what we were trying to bring, if that.
Okay, Jonathan, then Susan, then Abraham.
Right, providing workers, because that's what access, yes, means is workers will be provided, facilities will be provided. You know. Yes, yes. Yes, basically, yeah, is similar, yeah.
Okay, Susan.
So.
And so to me, that's a reasonable thing. There's a lot of negative ground. Which one of those types are better? So they really fix one.
Right.
And the negative looks at some of the others.
Yeah.
So if that's the debate we want to have, I think that's good. That's a good wording scenario. But is that the debate?
That is essentially yes. So you can do, if you want to do universal healthcare, you could do that, but you have so many other options. You're not in one box.
Abraham, Devlin, and then Lauren.
and all of the generally done people for the form here, and that gets corrected to be a short. And so that would, like, there would be, in my opinion, the literature, there would not be a way to provide state funding, by federal funding to these health resources in state driven, and there is not literature on federal grant.
There's actually a ton of literature, which is why we included it, but that's up to teams to decide if they want to take that approach or not. They don't have to do it. They could not go down that road. So that's not our call to make on if they choose to do that or not.
Sure. So I think it would be another. Looking at the slightly older paper, Eric Dixon in 2019 submitted a healthcare paper where he discusses this access versus healthcare coverage point almost directly. And he has some supporting evidence. So I'm curious if you'd be amenable to something that's like substantially expand healthcare coverage in the United States, something of that sort. Seems like it's slightly more precise, gets away from some of these questions about access as a definition, but still incorporates the spirit, the word.
If it incorporates the spirit of the paper and achieves the goal, then yeah, we are open to doing that. Yes,
Sure.
absolutely.
Substantially expand healthcare coverage. It's, I don't know how we want to, if you all look at the topic reports website and look at the previous topic reports, there's a healthcare one from a couple of years ago that directly talks about this access thing. But so there are cards, there's evidence about it, et cetera. And maybe that's the middle ground to be able to keep talking about access without it only being that health.
Lauren or Ruth, are you addressing this issue or different?
Yeah.
Okay, Ruth.
I don't know that that gets anything, says you can provide them as much coverage as you want to. But if you're in a rural area or if you're in one of the underserved populations, you can have as much healthcare as you want, but you can't get it. It's the access issue. So I'm afraid that would be a little limiting on the types of cases that Josie had indicated earlier and the type of focus that you want. I think it's an option, yeah, but we just have to realize what we're limiting out at that moment. I don't know that it solves those issues.
Well, yeah, I think Devin was looking for a way to get around the effects word and I think this does that.
Perfect.
Anyone else? Take that? Yeah.
We did. We said affordable is fine if it's gone. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, let's address the issue of this amendment first. Maggie?
Spiller than this.
We are at time, but we're also 10 minutes ahead because of the short last paper. Are we okay with continuing?
9 more minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, are we ready to make that change here?
I'd like one question. So healthcare coverage, does that mean something broader than insurance?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think it's the thing that Maggie just said.
so it includes VA, Indian Health Services,
Yes.
and
It seems like the
insurance.
umbrella term to avoid the effect of access.
So then, but then kids are still able to debate about having access to the healthcare. So they can still address all the topics that,
Yeah, it doesn't potentially include things like transportation or other
Right.
extraneous aspects of it, but it's the thing that, it's the lever the federal government has.
Right.
With expanding.
Rich.
what it
Okay.
does to handle the back.
Okay.
Kevin, I think healthcare might. And
It depends on if we're addressing the system, it's not. If we're addressing specific providers, it is. Yeah.
And so does the NIH.
Are we ready to vote on this change? All of you in the wording committee in favor?
Well, with healthcare has 2 words, like I don't think I'm in favor of this 1 word given the evidence that you find. Because I do think it's a term of art, like the 3 words together.
I mean, I'm happy to read some of this evidence if
If
people
we need
haven't.
to talk about that, can we do that as a separate issue to this one?
Yeah.
Can we make this change first? All agree?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's make that change and then we have a healthcare 2 words, 1 word debate.
So evidence post 2020, both from the APA style guide and the National Institute of Health. AP style is 2 words, not healthcare as 1 word, even as a compound modifier, e.g. healthcare overhaul. The 2 exceptions, the Agency for Healthcare Research and healthcare.gov are 1. But I think that, and like, I think I need to see your cards to see what you're saying, because the newest style stuff that I see definitely says 2 words. So I'm happy to look at them.
For whatever it's worth, the National Federation of High Schools likes the AP style meaning.
Okay.
I don't, I mean, I don't want to waste time on semantics, so if everybody feels that it needs to be 2 words, it's fine. It's, yeah.
Yes, this might be a question for you actually, Brett. I'm wondering if now this move starts creating overlap with this stuff.
That was one of the things that we wanted to avoid.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering if this move creates overlap with the public.
I don't think it's too
I think it's
much.
huge. Yeah.
It's a small one, but we wanted to avoid that. That's why we wanted to have a resolution that was going to allow, if you want to argue Medicare, that's your choice, but we didn't think anybody would want to after this year. We wanted to have a much broader topic base for students to debate that was completely different than that.
What are the implications of defining it on it? They're going to have to care.
Okay, did we make, the wording committee agree to make that change or did we not? Did we vote on it?
Yeah, this is.
Okay. Done?
I mean,
If you're gonna make it 2 words, you should technically hyphenate it. No.
Whereas healthcare coverage.
We need further discussion. We need a call back on that issue. Okay. All right, are we ready to vote on this resolution? All in favor? This wording? Brett is cogitating.
sorry. I mean, have we vetted healthcare coverage? I mean, it's like,
So Vincent has some cards on.
okay. So I'm hesitant to vote for something I have not seen a card defining what it is.
Call back just.
Can we? I mean,
I would appreciate it since we're rewording our. Yes, just so that we can look at the literature, and just make sure.
Thank you, Josie.
Thanks, Josie.
And thank you to your students. Next, we have Preston. Intellectual property rights.
The wording that we have on this is, why not? Do we need this? The United States federal government should significantly strengthen its protection of intellectual property or domestic intellectual property rights and one or more of the following: copyrights, patents, trademarks. I think that the discussion during the Marshall subcommittee that I just want to make clear is it does need to say strengthen protection of its domestic property like rights, not property system. Because strengthening the system is a bidirectional topic, and there's a lot of disagreement on the best way to do that, whereas strengthening property rights gives a singular direction. Likewise, the use of domestic, there was some discussion in James' paper about whether or not he needed like in the United States or domestic or something. Because this paper runs in the counter direction, I do think you actually need domestic there, just to preempt that issue, because otherwise I do think you greenlight the United States should create new free trade agreements with other countries that would strengthen the value of our property rights or our ability to go after people who are violating those. And I think that that would probably make this topic too broad if you're allowing the federal government to sign new free trade agreements. And then copyrights, patents, trademarks was just put in alphabetical order.
Why do we need the list? Copyright, patent, and trademarks covers the front of intellectual property.
The list we need because it excludes trade secrets. And we want to do that. Trade secrets is not really a discussion of intellectual property rights, but rather a matter of corporate espionage. It is also like every bit as large literature base as patents, and it would incredibly explode the topic. It seems, I know, silly to limit out one of like kind of the four big areas, but I do think it is necessary to do so. I also think that when people like students generally think of intellectual property, they do think of what these are, which is referred to as the big three. But I don't think we can just say strengthen intellectual property rights. That would include things such as trade secrets, trade dress, stuff like that, which I don't think we want to. Trade dress is like a much smaller one that happens mostly at the state level. Likewise, I do think that we could say patents and or copyrights and get rid of trademarks. But honestly, the inclusion of copyright and trademark is largely because I think it substantially expands K ground without severely over limiting the policy ground. There's not a ton of policy cases in the areas of copyright and trademarks. So it doesn't explode the topic in favor of tons and tons and tons of new affirmative cases, while it does allow for better access to K arguments. So those three words are chosen fairly narrowly and carefully.
Comments? Abraham?
Sure. So there's actually a lot of interesting topical K literature in the areas of copyrights and trademarks, specifically that runs in the direction of the topic. So the history of copyrights in particular, we'll start there, is one in which musicians, largely is the well-documented one, white musicians steal music, musical styles, etc., from Black musicians, sometimes literally just like the sheet music, because oftentimes Black musicians did not know like proper sheet music recording ability. So white musicians would write the notes down and then go copyright the song. This is well documented. There's cases of this still happening. There's a lot of scholars who are starting to use critical legal studies, critical race studies, etc., to argue that there are ways that we can strengthen copyright protections to help combat this.
To use that. Is there a way that you could use property rights in copyright claims that like under? Like I get that there is, but what is the solvency claim?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I did not go through and have a list of every single possible copyright law. In the paper, there are articles cited that suggest the use of critical legal studies to advocate for strengthening copyright claims. I don't have one off the top of my head. Didn't even bring my laptop up, right? The similar issue is with trademarks, but a slightly different distinction. It's frequently more about name, image, likeness. So the big issue that is current one is the way in which people are martyrized or like taken advantage of in some ways, where there's like a George Floyd-esque death, and then clothing companies start using their name and their faces and their name and like just their general likeness to make clothing that does not benefit the family. The family has asked people to please stop using this, and there is no way to enforce those claims. So strengthening trademark protections would both strengthen their ability to make a trademark claim and then enforce that trademark claim to cease other action. So it would be name, image, likeness, right? This is a similar issue with college athletics. There certainly is a large labor argument related to that, right? That is under the realm of trademark.
Other questions, comments? Yeah, Devin.
Words dissaid, can we change one or more of the following to and or?
Yeah, I thought I had an and/or, but maybe I switched it out at some point.
Was that a proposal?
Any discussion of that change on the wording committee? How many of you favor that change? Okay, it's done. Other questions, comments? Yes.
The plurality of the area question, does it make a difference between copyrights and copyright?
This is something that I honestly like kept like Googling, and I don't know if there quite is one. I think the actual original version that I had in my paper, like some of them are like more like patents you normally find in the plural version, but copyright you generally find in the singular version. I also asked like a friend who's a professor at UT Law if we needed to include patent law, copyright law, trademark law. He said that was redundant and not necessary, and that when you kind of look for definitions of these terms, you don't need to have like the law associated with it in order for it to make kind of definitional sense. So, but the plurality of them, I honestly do not know.
I just want to make sure we don't accidentally create a killer neck argument.
Yes.
We were just asking that because that wasn't clear in the motion.
Discussion of that thing.
Is there anything in copyright, patent, or trademark that is outside of intellectual properties?
No, I mean, those are considered intellectual property. So like, while I don't think it changes this, I also don't know if it necessarily addresses the K concern, because like the same links to like intellectual property bad would potentially still apply. Like if you're a topical play act, you're going to have to deal with the counter criticism of you're using property rights. That's bad. Kind of the nature of the beast. Academic journal? Like, I don't know how to answer that question any better. Like, that's where K-Lit is. Sure. I mean, I know for a fact there is a forthcoming article, I think in like the next like couple months from a professor named Matt Merle, which tackles these exact discussions. He's the legal professor and currently writing this paper. I don't know the exact method he's doing to tackle this, but the discussion that I've had with him and other legal people is that specifically the areas of copyright and trademark and the people that write about them are frequently people in American studies, linguistic studies, etc. They're not kind of the patent law people, which creates very different and divergent literature bases. So that the people who write about copyright and trademark law frequently do use critical theory to discuss these concepts in the academy.
Well,
Yeah, there are like
put copy. Quotation, plus anti-black, there are a lot of things. Copyright, way in which anti-black is created in like legal system. So I do think President is right, there is the ground like paths, but it's a question, I think it's getting more to like method of solvency, which is probably specific. Your argument is just like there is an actual pay ground.
Yes and no, like there are obviously like the next section on case was like, yeah, you could put in intellectual property rights and whatever, and you're gonna find a bunch of literature. There is a subset of that literature that specifically uses critical legal studies to say we should strengthen copyright law to protect current artists, to rectify past wrongs, these sort of things. Like, do I have the specific examples of the exact art that needs to be protected? No, but like, yeah, it's. Yeah. Yeah, this is like a discussion. Like, obviously, you're not gonna find something that says that's like an Afro pessimist take on the affirmative for this topic. But like if you're reading an aff that is a critical aff in the direction of the topic, that's the nature of that conflict amongst the literature is going to be critical legal studies versus a more left pessimist take. And I think that that's a good debate to have. I'm not sure why that is a debate that shouldn't occur. Like, that's the debate we want to have in the literature. That's the debate that exists in the literature.
Abraham.
Anti-black, anti-queer, the topic force of strengthening of protection, which means those who are protected via the ability to do that. That's the part I don't think it's not that there is evidence there within any of the critical literature that the method increase but if
I mean, there are articles cited in the topic paper. I don't know them off the top of my head, but like there's articles cited that then cite other articles. Like if the question is, does the evidence exist? The answer is yes. Like, did I do a deep dive into this that is sufficient to support an entire affirmative case or affirmative cases? No, but I didn't do that for any of the policy asks either. I think that's like a bit of a wild burden. Like the proof, there is evidence that exists. It's in the literature. People are talking about it.
Other questions, comments, discussion? Are we ready for a vote?
Are you voting on the amendment or are you voting on the? To cut this out?
Oh, well, where are we with the amendment? Are we taking out intellectual property rights? Sure. But so Jess, doing it on the wording committee?
Yeah, I mean, what trust modes your take on the amendment?
I mean, I don't think it necessarily changes it in any substantial way. I do kind of worry that it feels a little awkward, like even taking out some of like one or more of the following areas, but I also get the words to add as like real and true. And I'm not sure this actually changes the debatability of it. And it seems like no one else has got any strong objection that also they think it affects the topic negatively. So
I don't know what's going to make a big difference in the debates, but I have sort of an intellectual hunch. That there's, you could argue theoretically that protecting domestic copyrights, patents, and or trademarks instead of protecting the intellectual property rights in those things could mean something like promoting the commercialization of those, making them commercially viable or profitable, whereas protecting the rights in those things is more about sort of defending the ownership interest in them. I absolutely do not have, case law that I can point to that says that or definitions that support it. I feel like in my gut, the resolution as currently worded without approving this proposed amendment gets more to what Preston wants the resolution to talk about, as I understand it. But that's just a hunch.
To be honest, like I can see that hunch. I'm not sure it will come to fruition, but I also like, I'm not super worried about the words just add with what is currently up there, including the stuff in red. So if it makes not a substantial difference, we could.
Rory
leave it.
and
I
then
don't know.
Devin.
Again, only in as far as court's hunch is that like maybe it opens the door for people to try and finagle like, oh, we're protecting them by doing something different. But like, I don't know if that actually happens, but I also, again, I think we can just leave it. I don't know what the disadd to leaving it in is, besides it's like 4 more words, 3 more words.
Yeah, I agree with that last take. My concern is that if I Google the phrase protection of intellectual property rights, obviously not like rigorous T research, but I find a lot of uses of that phrase in conjunction. I don't get the same number of results for like protection of copyrights or protection of patents. So I think you might be right that this phrase captures whatever the controversy that scholars are actually writing about looks like. There's a chance that excluding it cuts the controversy people are actually writing about.
All right, so we've started with an amendment to remove it. So are we ready for a vote on that issue? How many of you are in favor of removing it? How many of you are opposed to removing it? Okay, it stays.
I'm also ready.
All right, are you ready for a vote? All of you who approve this wording? Oppose? Okay, it's done. Thank you.
Or we had a break.
So if we take a break now, could we come back in, 2:05?
Yep.
Thank you, Siri. All right, break until 2:05, and then we'll have Tim with your what?
2010 in college. They used the 3-word phrase nuclear weapons arsenal in that particular topic. That topic also had a second and/or that included roles and/or missions. That seems pretty redundant, so I would really prefer not to use it. But if it's the will of the people, it is the will of the people. Ultimately, our goal at the end of this is to have a debatable topic with adequate AF and neg ground that creates some good debates. So we're willing to sort of play with the resolution a little bit in a way that makes this the best for students across the country. So.
All right, questions, comments, suggestions?
Beck.
Abby and then Keith.
Yes. So my understanding of missions is that the distinction is that like the mission is more about, in many ways from my reading, seems to be sort of about the size, because mission, when people talk about it in the context of the nuclear arsenal, seems to be about second strike capability and making sure that we have or that one of the missions is that we can respond to a strike from another country. To me, those debates are sort of encapsulated by the other two sections. And in fact, to me, missions almost implies that the app has to be a little bit larger than roles, perhaps. So, yeah. Correct. That's why I think it's redundant and we don't really need it. I mean, the reading that I did in the sort of like topic paper process seems to indicate that the things that talked about the missions of nuclear weapons were about second strike capabilities.
Okay, Keith. So the number would be part of the debate that we would be interested in being able to reduce the size of, which is why arsenal is specifically there. It's not about shrinking the size of the weapons and making them smaller. It's about shrinking the size of the arsenal.
No.
You're saying just like change the word size?
Quantity.
Okay.
Boulder.
I don't want to do that because we do want the option to reduce the number.
How could we say reduce?
I mean, you could say quantity, you could say number, you could maybe say size. I don't really know. Again, not positive or wedded to any solution besides the fact that I would like the affirmative to be able to reduce the size of the nuclear arsenal in terms of the number of weapons. I mean, if people think that it would be better for them to have a move to tactical nukes, I'm open to that too. I personally think that that sounds like not the best idea because it basically would allow the topic to maybe become more bidirectional. So like, I don't really like that very much, but again, like.
All right, Colton and then Sarah and then Ruth.
Yeah. The United States. I believe at least the distinction between size being a numerical value and not the actual size of the nuclear.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I think that if that is the direction we move in, I'm not even sure, and somebody else can tell me if I'm wrong, if we need the word arsenal. If it's reduced the number of its nuclear weapons or the roles of its nuclear weapons, I don't even know if we need arsenal there. The whole reason we had arsenal was
we thought as a way of solving the size issue. But yeah, right, yeah. So I mean, if numbers what we want to move toward, I think we can maybe eliminate the word arsenal. I don't know. But there's also another sort of like, well, no, we'll do this one first.
All right, well, let's think about that. Sarah, you addressing that same issue? Different.
Yeah.
Okay, well, two ideas out there, Ruth?
It kind of goes back to roles and missions just a little bit, but it's the idea of roles. It seems like there's one source here from the Center of Strategic and International Studies, which says, you know, that roles are generally the purpose. The mission would be the specific task. So the role would be a first strike weapon we're going to send to take out a Moscow, building. So if it's I'm wondering how we can change or reduce the role of a nuclear weapon if its purpose, it was built for that purpose, it's a first strike method thing, or is it the role of the arsenal?
So probably the primary document to look at about the roles of nuclear weapons is a nuclear posture review, which specifically outlines 3 different roles for nuclear weapons. I actually think that like if we keep a wording that includes something like restrict the roles of nuclear weapons, like the T debates are going to be pretty clear that like that is the definition that we should probably be using. In 2022, we released a new nuclear posture review that very clearly outlines 3 explicit roles of nuclear weapons. And then there's also a few more roles that are like, I don't remember exactly what the word is without my computer.
Informal
Roles as well. But the 3 sort of like explicit roles are to deter attacks, to assure our allies, or to use if deterrence fails, is essentially what the 3 roles are. So like those are the roles. And I think that that'll be a pretty clear debate for anybody trying to win a T debate on that question.
Okay, I got Abraham, Dustin, and then Court.
I find that will is if there is a literature based about weapons and you can think that to their there's a word out of weapons and there's a theory of Boston about a weapon. But yeah.
Okay, Dustin.
Sorry.
So. Looking. I think the reference of weapons being not written about as like the size of the.
I mean, somebody might be able to correct me if I'm wrong. On the 9-10 college topic, they used size, right?
Yes.
And do we know if this tactical nuclear thing was an issue? I don't think it was. I don't think it was an issue. But
in terms of the word role, there's a lot of secondary literature that discusses changes to the nuclear posture review using the phrase reduce the role of of nuclear weapons. So I think to me, that is an appropriate descriptive term or an appropriate term that is matched by the secondary literature on this topic. And I think it's important to keep that in there in addition to size or number or whatever we might choose to go with, because I do think that there is a significant difference between numerical reductions and changes in forced posture or threshold of use questions like no first use or something like that. It makes it very clear if you include role that that the only topical affirmative is not, or that reducing the number of weapons by some degree or eliminating them entirely is not the only affirmative.
Sarah?
I think.
And
Brett?
I'm trying to solve the same problem, I think, in a slightly different way. If we accept the premise that the nuclear posture review is what outlines the roles of nuclear weapons, which I'm not certain that it is the only one that does, but I don't think that there is strong literature for reducing numerically one of those three. I think that what we should say instead is to restrict roles, so reduce the size and or restrict the role. We just had a 3-day-long college topic committee meeting about this subject where I consulted several experts, and their concern with roles was that nobody says that we should get rid of one of them. They say that we should clarify them or make clear what the scope of it is, not to reduce it entirely. Maybe there's like secondary literature that kind of supports that, but I don't think anyone is saying get rid of the deterrence function of our nuclear weapons, get rid of the way that they assure allies. It's more questioning thresholds of use, et cetera. So my proposal is to say reduce size and restrict roles and say that you don't have to get rid of one of the roles. You can say that what we currently say that we do to support X ally, we will no longer do. We still support our allies, but we've constrained the scope of what that is.
Sort of like clarify that we are very open to that, because one of the reasons that we chose this wording as opposed to a more explicitly narrow list wording was to allow for a little bit more affirmative flexibility. And I fear that reducing the number of roles would basically make it be like just more disarm, because you have to specifically eliminate a role from the NPR or whatever else. That might basically just mean like we have to get rid of our strategic deterrence altogether.
All right, but do you make that motion?
I do. But I don't know if there's been sufficient.
You understand the motion?
It's on there.
I already got it. Never mind.
It's somebody out.
Yes, which is part of the topic paper. Part of the topic paper is that you could theoretically do such a thing.
Okay, discussion of this amendment.
Yeah.
All right, you ready to vote on that? Ready, committee? Voting on the amendment. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, make the change. Further discussion of this topic as reworded. All right, are we ready to vote? All in favor of this topic wording? All opposed? So done? Thank you.
Slightly.
Josie, are you ready for social media?
It's over here.
Oh, already coming.
I think the only major change that we made, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that in the Marshall subcommittee, they thought that companies, we had platforms and or companies, that it should be changed to content. And if and looking at the definition, when I'm looking at the definition of a social media platform, that is a internet-based platform that includes or can be accessed through an app, which allows users to create or share content that is accessible to members of the public, and then it gives a list of possible things it could be. If and when we're talking about regulation, we're talking about establishing standards for safety and equity. If I just look at content, I think might be more directed towards, because when you look at the definition of what social media content is, it's saying that it's created by individuals or companies for social networks. We're not necessarily wanting to target individuals or go after individuals. It's the actual platforms and companies that run them themselves. So I just want to throw that up as a possible and see what, is the general feeling about, is content the better word based on those definitions, or is platform the better word based on those definitions? Because that was something that we did. That was one of the main things that we talked about.
Content seems like it's captured your intent much more so than platforms. Platforms feels like it becomes a very different debate about business orientation, etc. Feels like the controversy in the paper does not seem like it's captured platforms.
Yeah, I like the word content better than platforms, but I am a bit concerned with this resolution allows you to, you go after the individuals and not the companies and their policies for posting content. Like the companies have a policy against hate speech or fake news or something like that. That I think is what you want to go after.
Yes, yeah. We don't want to
Versus
target.
I'm gonna go after the Proud Boys for posting this on Twitter.
Right.
And that seems to be allowed under this, but I'm not sure how to fix it yet.
Publishing after content.
Do we do what?
One advantage, I mean, I agree with Ruth that as I read this could mean the federal government is going to become a censor. I will punish somebody for posting X on a on a social media platform. And although I think that is somewhat distasteful, kind of like free speech and don't like government censorship. I think including that has one advantage, which is if the only thing you want the resolution to do is allow the affirmative to regulate the providers of social media platforms, then every plan starts with repeal section 230. Because you basically have to get rid of 230 in order to hold the provider of the network responsible for content posted on its platform. And then it imposes whatever regulation you want. This at least, the punish the poster for their content at least allows the affirmative some ground that doesn't have to go through section 230. And I think maybe that's a good thing, because it gives the affirmative an option to avoid that sort of plan action bottleneck that forces it into negative ground.
So can you say, I think you said publish?
Well, I just
Or do
wondered
you
if
think that-
saying publishing or publication after content would somehow get a middle ground
Not
between
to go
the
to
poster
after
and
individuals.
the company, but
Yeah, the goal is not to go after individuals.
Right.
What? Yeah.
There are cases that have been in recent years where people that have posted things have gone to jail for what they have posted because it caused other people to do things. We have our current election, there are some, yeah, it could be very interesting. But the idea is that there's, that there's both sides, but the idea is that there is no regulation, there's no standard for safety and equity essentially for social media platforms. So we want to create that. Yeah.
Jonathan Mendesta.
So these things exist in the United States. They're anti-book. function. And those are people say, and in some very that regulates individual. So I think you're talking about the the actual virus technology. But I think that like it will literally be both practically state law right now. It's directly, I mean, fully in line with harassment law, they exist, they're real, persons for like they're that they can be very.
Dustin?
I was gonna say in terms of the ordinance, there is, one of the Supreme Court cases that keeps it along, it's, states. So already with that, like, the reason probably saying like, rapidly or it's threatening to like kill people. And the Supreme Court said that he can't be held liable for that, he was like expressing the. So I think there are some federal meetings, there is some strains on the federal government based on having to do that out into, like with any other. And then I have another question around.
Other comments, questions, discussion?
Yeah, I agree with that. My one question, this might just be a question for you. Is it possible that the regulation of content can be imposed on a very large diversity of bodies, which can unintentionally make the topic very large? So for example, it could be individual groups, it could be various companies, I don't know, maybe even foreign actors, data centers, whatever. Like my concern, I guess this is mostly just regulation as a phrase. Is it possible that the topic ends up being much larger than intended through the phrasing?
I mean, with regulation, we want to use in the context of this establishing standards for safety and equity for social media. So if that's in the definitions, I think that will help with that. But correct me if you think that I'm wrong on that. I don't think it's going to get as too broad.
I don't think you're wrong. I was looking at this up last night today as well. I think the phrase regulation of social media content seems like enough of a term of art, and it's used a bunch contextually. It seems like it's used in a bunch of articles. So I think that solves my concern. I was just curious what your take is on that. If there should be any other thing that's appended to the resolution to help that.
Other questions, comments about this topic area?
So we did have one question about where to put it or to put it.
That's the way it came out of the Marshall was with brackets.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a feeling about what to do with the brackets on it. Oh. Move it. Sarah?
That was our question.
Courtney Paget?
Adding it would require that the federal government be the body that imposes a regulation on social media content. I think that includes the government being the censor or the government being the moderator, but it wouldn't necessarily have to, because regulation allows the government to establish a system, which could include rules or laws that impose obligations on providers. So, for instance, passing a law that says every social media platform has to police hate speech that is posted on its system, that would be a regulation of social media content by the federal government.
So Just to be clear, are you speaking for including its or not including its? Okay, I saw a hand in the back over here. Okay. All right, are we ready for a vote on its? All of you who think that it should stay, could I say your hands? Those of you who think it should go. All right, well, it stays. Split opinion. All right, further discussion of this topic area. Hearing none, are we ready for a vote? All of you who agree to this wording, could I see your hand? Opposed, no. It is adopted. We're a little bit ahead of time, but Elijah's here. That is always good.
Oh, friends.
Yes.
Well,
You have any opening words of wisdom?
let's do this. Supposed to read it?
I don't have to.
All right.
See it.
We're educators.
I think even folks online can see it. So.
Yeah, quick question. Why is it not just the, why both the substantially decrease and then by regulating? Like, what was the thinking behind that combination?
It's the attempt is to make sure that the AF doesn't just send the garbage to Africa.
Guess that would be actually possible.
It would not be, hopefully, it would not be allowed because you directly need to decrease the total quantity, not just what you do with it.
Jennifer.
So I think municipal solid waste is a subcategory of trash. That's like household trash. So municipal solid waste is a subcategory of types of garbage. So it's like, I believe the EPA website has and then there's in the topic paper, there's also like another definition of municipal solid waste. So the goal was to not have liquids because then there's basically just all the runoff apps from the water topic. And that was an attempt to address that concern.
Other issues? Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the list that I see in the EPA, product packaging, grass clippings, furniture, clothing, bottles, food scraps, newspapers, appliances, paint, and batteries that come from our homes, schools, hospitals, and businesses.
What are including? Lithium would, I think, be part of e-waste.
Complex nature of the topic is bothering me. The plan is going to regulate municipal solid waste, but they have to prove, well, it's a solvency topicality, but they have to prove that it then decreases domestic waste in order to satisfy the topic. And that's one of the things that bothers me. If you regulate the waste and then you have to prove that it decreased domestic waste.
And my reaction to that is, in this case, I don't speak for Ledger, as the author, but my reading of this is that's kind of necessary here to create direction. Because if all you say is that the USFG should substantially increase its regulation of municipal solid waste, you could impose regulations that require everything to go into landfills, or that do all kinds of things that would be environmentally harmful. Am I right about that?
Yeah. That one is damage. It's really definitive enough. We want to. Example. That I think is going to be in the that we already have. If you have to get rid, like, like, I'm assuming the technology is like once we fix it, we can take it. We do something to it, it ends up virtually and then that is the technology. We're doing it. That there's not really any they like to take advantage of that. You know, but I agree with Gordon's, clarity, what Ford's saying, saying this statement decrease clarifies the direction of the regulation. But I think there probably is also a way for us to use the word to instead of somewhere. So we think of the word that.
Well, but traditionally, here's the problem with two, is that all that does is imposes an intent requirement. And the affirmative can say, we're going to do whatever we want, and we declare that the intent of this policy action is resolutional action.
Sure.
Other comments, suggestions? Yes.
This might be more easily answered by people who have been thinking about this all summer. Doesn't this make the offsets counterplan extremely good for similar reasons, as it's more of a thing this year? And somebody might have thoughts, but I feel like the do something by something else seems to be the whole basis for the counterplan, just like keep it the same, but also do the regulation. Yeah. So like that. So that's the point. The reason why I'm not concerned, I'm not.
Was able to increase it by both regulating municipal solid waste and doing something else with liquid waste or with e-waste. That would actually result in an increase in the amount of waste, but would also reduce the affirmative act.
If the affirmative says that. So like, if the affirmative says that waste is bad, or on this year's topic, if the affirmative says that inequality is bad, then that, so like read it. I'm saying if you read an advantage to this app that says that we should have less domestic waste, a counter plan that increases domestic waste doesn't solve the app. So like, I don't think we should make a change based on something that I think is like both not competitive, kind of nonsense, and doesn't solve. No, it would not solve the app if the app read an advantage that says that we should not have more domestic waste. Because it has to increase.
Okay, any other questions, comments, suggestions? Ready for a vote? All of you who approve this wording in the wording committee, can I see your hand? Opposed? Wording is adopted. Thank you. All right, so we have a 10-minute break and so could we be ready to go at 2:55 with critical infrastructure callback? We have who is critical infrastructure? Addie and Olivia, would you be ready? 2:55. Okay, that'll get us a little ahead of schedule.
Chicken. Mississippi.
Yep.
Virginia. New Mexico. Arizona. Georgia. Yeah. Pennsylvania.
Taking a break.
Break until 2:50.
If they said 2:55.
Oh, 2:55, sorry.
Break until 2:55.
List of the ones that we're going back to.
Not a mental one, but I can roll through critical infrastructure. Disaster preparedness. Education reform. Electoral and democracy reform. Healthcare. I think that's it. Yeah. Sorry.
So we are ready for our callbacks, and we had scheduled 10 minutes but we started a little bit early, so we slide just a little bit. But critical infrastructure.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. All right, so we had a lot of discussion on this, and during like the period leading up to the callback, we kind of came up with some new formatting for ideas for how we could make this more debatable and ensure that we are ensuring that we're doing the right definitions of critical infrastructure and the right names for the sectors. So what we're kind of thinking about right now is this is the new working resolution. So the United States federal government should substantially increase its critical infrastructure protections in one or more of the following sectors. Colon. No, you're good. You're good.
United States federal government should substantially increase.
It's critical infrastructure protection.
Yes.
Say plural?
Protections. It was plural. It doesn't have to be plural.
Okay.
In one or more of the following sectors.
We didn't have it plural in the original.
No, we can take the S off.
I think we agree that it doesn't make a whole lot of difference in literature.
Chemical, comma, and then put this in brackets. Civilian. Nuclear. The nuclear doesn't go in brackets. And then energy. Comma energy, yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes, Brett.
So some cards that were cut by you all, one I found, and Eric cut some cards that has convinced me that the word sector precludes the need to include civilian. I could not find a card that said that military or defense nuclear was either a sector or that it was critical infrastructure. So I feel like this resolution, even with that out civilian, allows solves the concern we were having.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, like I said, put civilian in brackets, because it's not necessarily necessary whenever you have the word sector. And we were able to do a lot of research on this. And we came to the conclusion that nuclear sector is a term used in a variety of literature by both CISA and then even in like actual legal definitions. So there's also different organizations like underneath like the CISA and then underneath the DHS that all just call it like the nuclear sector oversight committees, stuff like that. So nuclear sector is used pretty frequently in the literature.
So do you propose civilian or you propose not civilian?
I would say not civilian.
Keith?
So, yeah, it was proposed, I think, Devin, you're the original. Because chemical and nuclear, especially when you're looking at critical infrastructure, they just go so hand in hand with the energy sector. And then also with the idea of civilian nuclear, whenever we were looking at adding in civilian, it pretty much just puts it as energy with nuclear. So I like the pairing of civilian nuclear with energy. But again, civilian isn't necessary.
And adds gas.
Yes, it does. So it runs the resolution, but it goes back into that interconnectivity debate of they're all very focused on each other. To reminisce from the NATO topic, an attack on one is kind of an attack on all. So that's kind of the idea of where we were going with that, of adding energy. And so then it also opens up the ideas that you're able to have more balanced debate, because you could have like unified energy DAs, and then you would also allow for hold on, where was I going with this? It allows for more balanced debate because it ensures that you're not going to have the negative side just being like, oh, energy, energy, energy. So you give that kind of to the affirmative so you can debate both sides of it.
So are we all happy with getting rid of civilian? Other discussion of this topic? Doesn't?
So words just add question about the sectors thing. We need to have protection in chemical, nuclear, energy sectors.
Do we need to have one of the following? Thoughts on that, like maybe things all play out.
I think the biggest thing is just that we have sectors because it's such a term of art.
Yeah.
But I think it wouldn't make a whole lot of difference if we said chemical, nuclear, energy sectors, if you would favor that.
Eric?
Yes.
Honestly, we added energy whenever we were looking at the civilian nuclear. So if we were to have had civilian nuclear, then I think energy would be necessary. But now I don't think it is necessary anymore.
I think it's definitely something that's up for discussion if we want energy. If people think it's too broad, sure, cut
goes
it.
back to the-
But I think it adds a little bit of like more depth to the topic because you're allowed to go ahead and talk about it in relations to like the chemical sector and like nuclear sector. So you can have like the going into the more of the one or more of the following, but it also allows for us to have like, because when we're talking about nuclear, we're not just talking about nuclear energy, we're talking about like medical waste and the way that nuclear is used there. So nuclear energy power production.
Jennifer and then Lauren. Lauren.
Okay, so don't kill me. I talked to the girls some about this in the roundtable, and I think Ellis sort of echoed some of this as well. I think transportation infrastructure is a much better road to go down in terms of having a more limited topic that still allows for a variety of affirmative cases. My concern about this is that this feels enormous. So don't hate me for throwing that out, but I do think transportation infrastructure is a much better road to go down.
Then adding energy.
No, I just mean like replace those and just make it transportation infrastructure. No.
That was the. Yeah.
Okay, Sarah? Okay, can't hear Sarah. I was telling everyone, I can't hear you.
Like 10 or 15 years ago. She knows what I'm doing. Well.
Hey, Jim.
So vastly different than. And. You know, the fact that there's 6 million, because they're on about me, were really absolutely devastated. That I knew they got like. I think it's really involved like an energy, because energy is own.
Coleman and Lauren.
The emphasis of the topic was not in my so either adding or taking means that like we have done like that negates most of the work that the Warren Committee did the first time we entertained this topic. Right. So I think it's probably just figuring out what is the best word that preserves chemical and nuclear, A, preserves the work we've already done. And B, I think streamlines this activity, this when we're approaching and having discussing.
Lauren and then Susan.
I'm just gonna say this and then I'll drop it. The paper isn't dedicated to these particular areas. This was work that seemed to come out of the Marshall Committee, which makes me think that perhaps they might be more amenable to switching. Transportation was not super recent. I think someone said 12 years ago. It was a decent topic and it's much better in terms of balancing affirmative and negative ground and not having an enormous number of affirmative cases. It also has some good fed key warrants for stuff like airports and. But I will drop it.
The wording here is, feels more balanced and it feels like it's getting to the office. I don't think we're gonna lose transportation or any of the other 14 sectors of critical infrastructure. We've simply given them to the negative. And I can already think of some really pretty good arguments just on looking at some of the things we looked at in the last session. But I think that part of the scale of 16 critical infrastructure pieces. So I think we just get into the negative team.
And then I want to add something. I see other people want to speak.
Okay, let me just say, our says expired, we're still ahead of our 3:30 time for the next session, so I think we can afford some more time.
Yeah. We did discuss, like, you're able to talk about other sectors within these, like communications, because they're communications aspects of specific sectors. So chemical has its own communications sector within it. Nuclear has its own communications. It's got its own like energy needs. So you're able to talk about these other sectors in like whenever we're looking at what we have right now. So that's kind of going with what you're saying, just more putting that out for the group.
Jennifer, and then what's your name? Jennifer?
Okay, I'd like to propose a wording that kind of gets us back to where we were this morning. USFG should substantially increase its critical infrastructure protections of chemical and or nuclear sectors.
I do like that. I think we're amenable to getting rid of energy for sure. Because it broadens it, and then also if like those who are favorable to energy can still apply it a whole lot to nuclear and chemical, because within those sectors, it's pretty unanimously outlined that those would encompass a lot of energy.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. Tammy, I'll be back to you in a second. Discussion on this particular motion. Were you addressing this thing or another issue?
What was that? This? Take it out. That.
Okay, Ruth, are you talking to this amendment? Okay. All right. Are you ready for that vote?
Yes, but why didn't you drop in the United States?
Well, that was gonna be my issue.
From what?
Well, like, it's in the.
It's in the first, it's been in all the resolutions in the United States.
Oh, I think we just maybe forgot to add it to the new one. Yeah. Add it.
Oh, because it's isn't before sector, so we're saying that.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
So does that make sure the action is domestic? That's the question for you two, I guess. Like, is there an overseas component to those sectors?
Not that I
might
could say, yeah.
But if we're talking about United States critical infrastructure, I think it would be.
All right, so can we take a vote on the amendment first? Are we ready for that? All of you who favor the amendment? Oppose it? Okay, let's make that change. And then Ruth?
Well, I was gonna say in the United States. Is there a reason it was left off of this topic? It was in the last version.
Seems like it's because we put it's in front of sectors.
Yeah, that answers the question.
Okay, Court?
I think the way this resolution is phrased, it now requires that the plan only deal with protections of federal chemical or nuclear activities. Because it says the USFG should substantially increase critical infrastructure protection of its chemical and more.
So you're an advocate of getting rid of it and adding in the United States.
That would be a better way of limiting out domestic, or limiting it to domestic.
There's someone here who proposed that.
The author is.
You can make like a public private. Like substantially increase its vertical susceptible. This is why the states will support. Yeah, to move it's there rather than the third sector. Think that's what we want. Yes, I think that's right.
Okay, generally you're saying that that addresses the need for in the United States?
No, it's not a separate thing. I realize that if you don't have it there, the ask can say like partner with the private sector. So I think you need an it's before protection. Because this way the neg gets like free market.
Are you proposing it's where he has it or in a different place?
Yes, I am.
Critical infrastructure protection.
All right. Do we have discussion of that amendment?
This United States.
Yes.
I think all of these, I think there are two major changes. First, we're saying move the it's from the sectors to the protection, because I think that's what we all want by the section.
Paige, are you addressing the amendment?
I was just putting down what somebody said.
All right. Are y'all happy with including that in the motion or do you want to deal with that separately? Okay. All of you who favor this amendment, did I see your hand? Oppose it? Okay, make that change. All right, we have spent more than 10 minutes on this topic, but we are ahead of time a little bit. So Stephanie and Dustin.
Up there.
My take on that is that it doesn't make a whole lot of difference, but if it does make a difference, it might marginally improve the argument that the app has to be bigger because it has to be a protection of the sector as opposed to protection of some small subset that happens to be the sector. But I actually don't think we have to do this.
Okay, Dustin.
I think that's only true if the resolution specifically identifies those sectors as defined in a particular source. So if it was the chemical and nuclear sectors as defined by CISA or something like that, then that would be true. I don't think that's true. There are multiple sources that use those terms. You can argue about whether or not they are definitive. I disagree. I think that there is such a thing as a chemical infrastructure sector and a nuclear infrastructure sector. There is also such a thing as those sectors as proper nouns describing a subset defined in particular documents or laws or whatever. Unless the resolution specifically calls out those sources, I don't think you can. No, the affirmative can argue, or negative, if they want to use the definition from those sources, can argue that that is the source that defines that sector.
Okay,
But that does not mean the resolution requires debate about that.
They're not
Specific enough to be proper now?
Yeah, we'll hold that, like, there's multiple different definitions. You can go with CISA, you can go with the Department of Energy, you can go with, they have international definitions of them. I think that's just being left up to the T debate of the debaters. So I would say don't capitalize them, because then you're gonna over limit the debaters, because then they can only go by what CISA says. And I don't know, it's just a little boring. No.
Ruth, are you
No.
speaking to capitalization?
Yes.
Okay.
In just a brief search, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and the Department of Homeland Security both capitalize them, nuclear sector and chemical sector, in their writings in a couple of documents that I found.
But I think then you're gonna, this is more of a question for everybody else, but would you then have to find a specific solvency advocate that capitalizes these sectors?
Specific plans.
Mhm.
Here, the negative says specific proper noun, not apply your protection. Inspector. Don't really think the app can make any argument about competition because the resolution has set it up as a proper.
Okay, we've had quite a bit of discussion of capitalization. I don't have a motion on the wording committee. Is there a motion to capitalize? Okay. Won't be capitalized. Okay, Jennifer has suggested we take a vote. Are you ready for a vote in this wording? Okay. All of you who approve this wording, can I see your hands? Oppose it?
Right.
Okay, yes. That's opposed? Okay. Okay, all right. It is done. Thank you very much. And we have disaster preparedness, so. Darren, are you here?
Everyone back.
Welcome.
Like, it's like that guy who's the best man at his friend's first and second weddings. Welcomes everybody back. Okay. So, what we have found in terms of environmental disasters, and I've actually run this by a few of the people on the warding committee, is there seems to be a better term that would be climate related disasters with a hyphen in between climate and related. This was a definition we found. It's an article from the National Library of Medicine, 2022. And then saying that climate related disasters were defined as those with meteorological, hydrological, or climatological origins, as described by the EMDAT's disaster classification system: extreme temperatures, fog, storms, floods, landslides, wave actions, droughts, glacial lake outbursts, and wildfire. And so I think that from the people I've talked to, the wording committee seem to address that particular issue. And then once we get past that, then there's some things to be said about pandemics and whether to include terrorism.
You want to vote on this change separately?
Maggie's got her hand up.
Question of preparedness.
Yeah, I think.
Thanks.
I think that depends on how you define preparedness. I kind of view preparedness as being different from prevention of climate change. I.
Okay, Court and then Calder.
Well, I mean, the definitions in the paper, and I'm not sure where these, oh, I see. The first one, this is of disaster preparedness, so that may be issues. But it talks about measures undertaken to respond and cope with the immediate aftermath of a disaster. As opposed, it doesn't say anything about prevention. I would think the affirmative or the neg, I'm sorry, would have a pretty compelling T argument that they reduce the rate or likelihood of climate change wouldn't be topical, but you know, I think there will be a debate.
Other comments on this first change before we go on to other questions? Yes.
I'm not finding it hyphenated here in the paper.
Okay. The first place we found it, and this was a US government source, had it hyphenated. I will not defend the hyphen nearly to the degree that Dustin wishes to defend the Oxford comma. So I think whether it's got a hyphen in there or not, it's not. I'm not going to worry about it too much at this point.
I see it both ways.
Colton's got his hand up.
I was just gonna say.
So you said more with?
Yep.
Yeah, certainly, I agree with that. I'm seeing at least as often or more. Okay.
And to show that they're both the words are describing disasters without having them be two separate modifiers besides describing disaster. Just from the.
That makes sense.
Okay, any other discussion of that first change? Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good question. The answer is to actually be found in the definition of meteorological, which doesn't imply that it has to have a climate origin.
Yes.
I think this is also a pretty broad topic, and it might be beneficial to cut it down to maybe two components. I mean, it seems like there would be at least 50 different potential cases that I could come up with in like 10 or 15 minutes. I think maybe narrowing this from 4 areas to perhaps 2 might be a better way to go and better preserve neg ground. 3 to 2, yeah. Sorry, 3 to 2, yeah.
All right, let's first see if we have a vote agreement on climate related disasters rather than environmental disasters. Do you all agree to that change?
I do.
Yes. Any objection to it? Okay, let's make that first change. And now Lauren's concern that maybe items in the list.
Well, I thought we replaced natural hazards.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taking out natural hazards. Yeah.
I have a related question, which I think Maggie alluded to. Is domestic preparedness the right phrase for, setting a good limit on what can be affirmative? Maybe that is the thing that limits that rather than acting an area. The thing that maybe is the move is like domestic disaster preparedness. That seems like slightly more of a term of art to use than searching around, both earlier today and right now. But I don't know,
I'll defer to you, Darren, on this. I hadn't looked for disaster preparedness, domestic disaster preparedness specifically. The concern I have with what Lauren is saying is I think disaster preparedness would limit this to a degree. If you take out hydrological, you take out one subset. If you take out meteorological, it looks like there's about in the first definitions I'm looking for, there's about 4 different meteorological disasters that are indicated there. Hydrological just sort of says it begins with water, and there could be a number of things that are involved there.
You make a motion that your comment. Okay. All right, back to Lauren's concern. Lauren, do you have a proposal to make related to that?
I mean, I don't know like the lit for this at all. I think my gut says maybe axe terrorism and just do climate and pandemics, but I'm not super devoted to that. But I do think this is big. I mean, climate alone was sufficient to be a topic for, and a lot of the cards on the climate, I mean, Bricker can talk about this too, but a lot of the cards on the climate topic were about, or that were sort of read and looked into last year, the year before, were about sort of the effects of climate change and the disasters. That basically alone was a topic area. So I'm agnostic about which one gets axed, but I think 2 is better than 3.
Do you make that as a?
Yeah, I will make
motion?
that as a suggestion to maybe axe
Let's
terrorism.
have discussion on whether we eliminate terrorism from the list.
I agree that it's a big topic. I think the terrorism area is pretty interesting. Like,
And
that's my pushback on it.
And pandemics is actually, when you actually start looking at what pandemics have actually happened, it's a lot smaller than you think. It's actually since 1900, it's about 10.
Okay, what about just pandemics and terrorism? This is really interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be neg on this one. This seems very big.
I mean, I agree, seems really big. I'd love to find a way to cut it down. My concern, if you take out the climate related disasters thing, is what that's really intended to mean is, you know, what we sort of commonly think of as natural disasters. And it seems like a disaster preparedness topic should probably include like FEMA's core functions, right? And so it seems to me like you really need to have the hurricanes, tornadoes, flood stuff in there.
What about?
It seems to be to cut out.
Cut out word, yes.
I'm not gonna die on this hill, but I do think this is a lot to research for a negative.
Okay. And this is just on literally 15 seconds of just thinking about this. What if we were to go with meteorological disasters? No, in addition to no, definitely not. In addition to pandemics and terrorisms. The earliest definitions basically talk about that as floods, wildfires, heat waves, droughts, things along those lines.
So you want to add something?
Well, I would say what you would functionally be doing is reducing climate related to meteorological.
That feels like the meat of climate related though anyway. Yeah. Like I don't really know how much of these. You're right, it's a bit smaller, but I don't think it cuts.
This is not a huge concern to anyone. To me, this seems like a lot.
One place in which it might make a difference is appeal across the country. Because I do think when people see this, regardless of what the definition of climate related is, they're going to look at that and think it's another climate topic. And it might, I don't know which direction this cuts, but if it's meteorological disasters, they're going to think disaster preparedness. People who want a different topic and not debating climate again are going to be more favorable to it. People who want it to be climate will be less favorable. I don't know how that cuts.
Yeah, I think if you leave climate related disasters, things like food days and drought stricken areas, which I don't know what the purpose is, but stockpiling food, something that because it is climate related. That's
Is it just about anything climate related?
Yeah, I think the
Not earthquakes, but that's probably about it. And probably not volcanoes, but that doesn't impact many people. Sarah's got her hand up, Rich.
Sarah. Yeah, right here.
Earthquake, is that big enough?
What word are you suggesting to get to that, Sarah?
So I don't disagree, but I don't think that excludes diseases. Like, I think diseases can be a natural disaster. Sure. Yeah.
Stephanie?
I think disaster preparedness takes care of that to begin with. I think meteorological maybe just reinforces that, but I think I would tend to agree with Gort on how disaster preparedness functions within this resolution.
Okay, Lauren suggested an amendment a while ago that we've got on the screen. Do we want to vote on that amendment? We want more discussion on that amendment.
Feels like we're still discussing it. Yeah.
So I did Google natural disasters. One of the first definition that comes up doesn't seem super limiting, hurricane, tornado, or flood. I think there's also an argument that terrorism might be a natural disaster because it would destroy some like buildings and mountains.
Like the word we want is like not human cost, right? Like that's, we want something that denotes that. Seems like where you're going.
Yeah. No, like I didn't write the paper, but like, yeah. I mean, obviously terrorism would cause damage to things.
Yeah, and a lot of this seems to indicate that it's a natural disaster has a natural hazard that's the genesis. I think that would exclude terrorism.
Is there a part of?
Question, what disasters are we excluding in this list? Like, what are examples of disasters that actually could be read as affirmative cases, like literature, that are not in one of those three buckets? So I'm wondering if the list is doing anything. No.
Earthquakes, volcanoes, asteroids. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah, the natural disaster, just the natural disaster. This is from Science Direct, and it's just a natural disaster event caused by a natural hazard. And then it goes on to list some.
But then maybe Sarah's resolution.
Disasters as does include volcanic activities, whatever one, wildfire, lightning, prepare for lightning, stuff like that. But there is a list of eight.
So we're probably limiting out like asteroids and aliens, but probably not that much else. Seems like it.
Yeah, if you go to natural, but I think if you go to climate related, then you do get rid of earthquakes, you do get rid of volcanoes. You probably get rid of, I don't know if you get rid of lightning, but I don't know that lightning would be substantial.
I'm looking at it. And they call it preparedness, prevention, protection, mitigation. I think you have the entire climate debate showing up here pretty quickly. And you need to stop it. I don't like that. I think that just need the word preparedness. I don't think you get it. Don't visit.
All right, further discussion on this amendment. The amendment, as I see it, that's on the floor is, do we take out terrorism or not?
That's where it started.
Yeah, Jonathan? So are you speaking in favor of leaving it in or in favor of taking it out? Okay.
Changing it to the United States federal government should substantially increase its domestic preparedness for climate related disasters and or.
So we've got 4 minutes left. This topic.
Here's just an, I mean, while we're just looking for, the ideas. There is a definition for disaster resilience that talks about the ability of individuals, communities, and states and their institutions to absorb and recover from shocks while positively adapting and transforming their structures and meet or living in the face of long-term changes and uncertainty. I don't know. That seems like that might get us out of the climate debate.
Can we take a vote on terrorism first? We're not having any further discussion of that issue. And we've got this amendment on the screen. How many of you agree to take out terrorism and adopt that wording for now? 2 of you opposed? Okay, so we're back to the original.
I still think the key word is domestic preparedness. Like, I feel like that's the actual limit on what apps can do. Because if you think about what is like space structured as, right? It'll be like the 1AC says, this is something that's going to happen now, and here's the plan that we implement, right? If the domestic preparedness plans look pretty similar across these various areas, like require similar agencies do similar things, then I think it unifies it pretty nicely for the net. That is not true, and I agree with everything that's been said. This becomes a massive topic. Like, it feels like that is the operative word. That's a lot of the net.
We got a couple of minutes left, Abraham.
Wow.
And that's the comparison for data. Yeah. Quite different than the gap that we do.
Well, Abraham, we just had a vote on that issue. All right. 1 minute left. We have the best wording that we can come up with on this topic.
Cosmetic fix of dropping one of the following and more areas. But like, that doesn't deal with any of the key issues.
What?
So like, instead of
want to
one or
get
more
rid
of
of
the
the colon.
following. Yeah.
Keep the 4.
Yep, just give me a second.
Okay, this is the same fix that you've done for a number of topics.
Yeah.
Are you good with this change? All in favor? Opposed?
So I'm also worried about, well, I think domestic preparedness does include prevention. I have a FEMA definition that might be the same one that
So what are we?
looked at here. I think that we're dealing with a humongous topic that has no unifying DA or agency. Maybe the way to deal with that is to replace preparedness with resilience, but I'm kind of skeptical. I mean, that solves some of the size concerns, but not really the like unifying ground concern. It's 4.
Almost like.
Preparedness 4.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what that was, but yeah, it's all to some degree, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, Brett, are you making the motion?
Nope. Just.
All right. So I'm hearing some dis-ease, but nevertheless, how many of you agree that this is the best wording that we can come up with on this topic? One?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the wrong way of putting the question. The question.
Favor of adopting this wording for this resolution. Opposed? Adopted. Thank you, Darren. We will indeed. But we have education reform.
Yeah, I just don't. Getting the floor. All that's helpful. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's making forming it. I mean,
All right, Donald, this education reform.
Hello again, wonderful humans on earth. After some discussion, research, and a few prayers. I'm not gonna say who I prayed to, but the United States federal government should substantially increase. Yeah, I'm good with its domestic funding for the childhood, elementary, and or secondary education. I think the one thing I was in regards to funding purpose, I saw even though I got 4 eyes, only 3 works. So the one thing I want to talk about in regards to funding is the fact that there aren't, I haven't heard quite a bit in regards of trying to increase funding for rural areas. And there's regulation and or funding, I think, would kind of squash the debate on rural areas getting funded overall. So I really want to keep that because it's needed. And that's one of the main reasons why the funding concept should be in there. I thought a little bit about the domestic portion because I was thinking about the US schools around the world that specifically are for US students, but that wouldn't really apply because many of them are really private schools. So I kind of squashed that also, but I wanted to keep it the way it is and not add regulated, because I think also second concept is going to seem like we're re-debating 2017. Yeah, it's almost like we're re-debating 2017 without the curriculum portion of it. And I want to get far away from the curriculum as possible. Like I want it to be like the Black Plague. Because there were some really bad faith arguments in 2017. Like really bad faith arguments. So get away from that perspective.
Okay.
Makes me concerned that the wording that the counter plan have the states provide money means all of the apps, including. And I know they're not doing that now. I'm very upset the states are not doing what they need to be doing now.
Right.
The nature of CI means that the negative and half of the states provide money to rural areas. The issue now. So I guess I'm wondering what you see as the way that the affirmative feed the state's counter plan with funding. They just, they use money in the same way the plan. The plan says the United States federal government should commit funding to for Title I school for early childhood education. The counter plan would be 50 states and relevant jurisdictions substantially increase funding for either one for childhood education. I don't really have to be that funded.
Abraham, do you want to address that?
Does anything follow now? We're touching funding.
Conditions. Heavy conditions.
They're thought on the scale.
I didn't draw from the candidate. I just didn't that happen. It was one of the most exciting things that so I got very worried that if we have a certification, we don't, it does not give different mechanism to be calculated, just beyond state usually the same way we want to.
Further discussion of that issue?
It doesn't.
Dustin?
Question about strings. They say just increasing domestic funding. It's not. The federal government is offering casual programs. They just give the state funding instead of the loan grant, which has 3 times. So I think that I don't think
With strings being attached to give districts money.
It's all about the strings. But anyway, if those strings are good, states and customers sell the
Preston?
maybe we're talking about are you giving the and that's area rural education is there to say we get state money for secondary education.
but I don't know how we. But very.
The formula, to kind of get into the weeds, the formula for school districts getting money from the state, from the federal government is so ridiculous. A parish, a rural parish can, but in regards of test scores. And then they will get significantly, and repeat that, significantly less, as opposed to a mid-sized district. No matter if their test scores are like super high. It all depends on the Department of Education, that superintendent. You know, sorry, as much of a douche as he may be.
So, first of all,
state issues, them are local controlled states, some of them are state, actually have a Department of Education that actually runs just like the federal government. And so there's a lot of ways to run a counter plan. But to the point of funding only, there's also reasons that you have both affirmative and negative arguments that talk about the value of the federal government doing it, like you said, versus the value of the state doing it because of some of the strings or some of the rules or some of the exceptions. And I don't think that there's anything unique about this resolution that will cause the plan problem that you talked about. There's just distinctions about the topic itself in different states.
Yeah. So there are very strong in the field of education specifically about it, that the
So Jonathan and then Lauren.
Even if they're getting federal money.
Right.
The net benefit is always just more money, right? Like, in other words, districts don't have to adhere to certain things. But if they don't adhere, then they don't get money. And that's just how it works in life. So the net benefit, in real, in all ways, that state has a limited amount of money. It spends on education the way it wants to spend on it. It's always going to be a limited amount of money. It's always got, they just,
It's always
on the program, doing fund dilution practically, there's always going to be a net benefit of more money to be able to do whatever, or you don't have to gut your housing program or your program or whatever to do that, because you're getting finite numbers, finite source. So I do think that there's probably a question about whether the term should be block grant, whether it's funding, because ostensibly there will be specific plan. But in terms of the counterparty, it seems like there's always going to be a trade-off, because even if you're saying the state's funded, there's always a limited pool, which is how it works in the lab, right? The reason why they take money is because they're limited.
So the way we're describing the way that schools are currently funded is rooted in status quo, not in the world of negative PM. Yes, states currently do not fund school enough, but the negative PM just generate more revenue on school. So let's do something like tax, something that's not currently tax, or raise taxes, or create tax on wealthy, and permanent and say things like that would perhaps cause problems with the local state economies, but we don't want to set ourselves up in a situation where the only answer to the counter plan is to say that the counter plan itself would have a disadvantage. For things that we don't necessarily want to get into. The other thing that Walter brought right about the fact that a permutation might create more solvency by giving more funding. That permutation has to be able to outweigh the net benefit to the state aggregate look. And if the state counterplan controls the entirety of the affirmative by just increasing the amount of funding given from the state school in a way that solves the harms that the affirmative team has identified, and then has either a better politics is that perhaps outweighs health solvency, then the affirmative is sort of like a very difficult position. And those were the debates that we also read right education affirmative on the last topic. Regularly on the argument, you had to shift report mechanism and try and make course advantages to have some sort of like, it was tough.
Okay, Lauren and then Eric, but I do need to say we've got to close this up. And we don't really have a motion on the floor for change in wording. We're kind of getting into a discussion whether it's a good topic or not.
basically. I think what happened on the 2017-ish education topic was that nobody read funding asks because they were all solved by the state's counter plan, which means that everybody read regulation asks. And I think that if you don't give people that option, then I really echo what Ellis and Maggie are saying about the negative is going to win a disproportionate number of debates because they can craft the state's counterplan text in a way that is tremendously advantageous for the negative. Yes, but I think debatability outweighs the author's intent of the paper, right? We should be focusing on a topic that is balanced for both sides. I think that, no offense, that outweighs what one person wants.
Yeah, I just think like that regulation, things that focus on regulation were very successful. That topic, like national teacher certification is a warrant with standards, and that's the reason why the app is very successful. They debated that the whole year. I think that we need to kind of shift that focus, and I still think it solves for that desire of you to kind of focus on the things that you outline in your introduction. I don't see how shifting this gets it away from your intent. I really don't.
There are proposals to replace funding with regulation.
And or.
Why not?
Or and or.
Yeah.
Wouldn't regulation make it bidirectional then? I mean, like wildly bidirectional.
I think the literature somewhat checks that. Everybody read apps in one direction on the 2017 topic.
I think I can find a lot of. I think I can find a lot of Republican patients saying.
Not loud, didn't it?
I think
I mean,
it's a,
I think that the way that state plans and the youth education topics is that with regard to decrease of regulation. But you're right, it's like, that debate is one to happen.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and we do have limited time.
so we must think funding and or regulation.
There's your motion.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
Is that what you want? With and or not?
All right, discussion of the motion.
Does regulation actually beat the state's counterpoint?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, Jonathan.
Funding. And just, but in funding and regulation policies.
Yeah, you gotta fund it.
It's the stick.
Okay, we are going to have to close up discussion on this. We have a motion on the floor. And I think Lauren included funding and or regulation in the motion. So members of the working committee, are you ready for a vote on this? Yes. All in favor?
Are we voting just on this amendment or because we have multiple things up there?
Is that what you knew you were voting on?
Yeah.
Okay. Opposed to that? Okay. Do we feel like we have the best wording of this topic at this point?
We still have some things to resolve here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. At the end of it.
Well, we do have an amendment first. So you all agree with that amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready then for vote on this resolution? All in favor? All opposed? Done. Thank you, Donald. And we have Darren and Rachel.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Welcome back.
Feel like they're all gonna start charging you rent. So we've worked on this a little bit, and thanks to Stephanie King, we have a resolution. I'm gonna offer a little bit of tweak to the resolution. What she had was the United States federal government should substantially reform federal and or state legislative elections in the United States. And the only tweak that I would offer is either to put the word elections after federal, or, and I know that this violates a sacred held principle of Kevin, to take and put state legislative in place of federal, basically reversing state legislative and federal. The fear would be if we don't, if you have federal and or state legislative elections, then people may read that as that the presidential elections are out of play. Sure. The United States federal government should substantially reform, and I would personally go state legislative and or federal elections in the United States.
Okay, discussion on that change?
You dislike the state legislative standing alone and then and or federal. I would prefer, if you have to use that formulation, that it be federal elections and or state legislative elections. I think there's confusion otherwise about what the words state legislative.
Okay, yeah, I would be fine with that.
So we're back to federal
Back,
elections.
back to putting it back in alphabetical order, but with elections after federal. And that we got there.
That's true.
They're referred to that way in a lot of language.
Okay, further discussion of this resolution, this rewording, Don?
No.
Then in Marshall, he said that it was okay to include that, Adam.
So are you intending to include the list following? So we've gotten rid of the list.
Not this up here.
Right, not in this iteration.
So the topic would be for the national election president. But then state legislative, but could also be state legislative. So we're gonna leave out the governor.
Yes.
Further discussion.
Like, I don't have a fix for this, but this feels like we're making really dramatic changes without seeing like really any evidence to support them. So I don't know if we have like cards for there are no federal elections / there are federal elections. But then does it define federal elections?
Yeah, I got it.
So quickly, my understanding as an AP government teacher is that elections are overwhelmingly by the states, but the federal government does have the authority to say like November 4th is election day.
Yeah.
And what is the reason for making it just state legislative instead of state elections or other positions at the state level?
Mainly to capture the gerrymandering aspect, which a state gubernatorial election wouldn't have that issue. And so to expand it from what would seem to be a very, very narrow topic, to give it a little bit more and to cover what seems to be a systemic harm.
And also to eliminate the fear of like the mayoral, school board, those local elections being, hot topics. That's why it's just state legislative.
And this is bidirectional.
Yes.
Okay.
Which I think now is, I'm less concerned about that because the topic is relatively limited in the scope of the elections that we can look at.
Further discussion.
Especially right now, yes.
Sure, but like, it's substantial. Meeting, have to fight a little bit.
But then doing some more. And large districts and rise. If they're fun.
Stephanie.
You have a lot of
Mhm.
definition for these elections.
State legislative. The state legislative.
State elections elect members of state offices, including governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, controller, treasurer, attorney general, and commissioner, superintendent of public instruction and state legislative offices. So I don't know if y'all like that better.
On the back.
Wording the. And they like the voting.
Board.
That would include counties.
Boards excluded by that, I don't think so.
Yeah, it could potentially include elections for delegates to conventions that are held at like the congressional district level.
And school boards across
And
borders.
yeah, school boards that go across borders going to kind of.
Review intention or unintentional eliminating gubernatorial elections.
Intentional. I'm just at a first glance, I'm not sure what given the nature of those elections, you don't really draw a district for a gubernatorial election, whereas you do that for legislative elections, and there does appear to be some harm in that. And the other thing is that there is some evidence that indicates that the courts have intervened in terms of saying how states can draw legislative districts and what criteria. I haven't been able to find any of that relates to a statewide election for what's an executive post.
Okay, we're approaching the 10 minutes on this topic. Do we feel like we have the wording we're ready to vote on?
I have two more questions. So that list that you had up there earlier, you think that that whole list is encompassed in this? Campaign finance, voting rights, electoral integrity, et cetera?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And more. Okay.
And more.
So is it extra topical if someone is facing a ballot that has a federal election race, a state legislative election race, and a school board race on it, is it extra topical because of this to make voting more accessible for them? Is the word legislative? Yeah, I can explain it differently.
It's extra topical if you affect those other elections.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if there's a unique impact that you generate from that you don't otherwise generate, then yes, perhaps.
Okay, but I think my proposal is to remove the word legislative based on that definition that was read earlier. With what?
You say federal and or state elections.
Yeah, it's probably cleaner and to be quite honest, at first, just quickly thinking about it, I don't know what advantage you're gonna get from trying to have the federal government reform a state that isn't going to probably lose to a pretty substantial link to federalism. That's like pretty easy to contextualize.
And like
If there's a state dog catcher, yes, and if you can find evidence for one, more power to you. I just know where I live, it's the city of Clinton that has animal control. There's no Mississippi State Highway Animal Control.
Did somebody make a motion to get rid of legislative?
And the first election.
Are you ready for a vote on that amendment?
Yes.
All in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? Okay, we make that change. Ruth?
What would be the difference between this topic and just saying substantially reform elections in the United States?
Locals,
Just local.
well, I mean, anything below state level, so local, county, primary, yeah.
Vice President.
All right, we're pretty much at time. Are we ready to vote on this resolution?
The NSD
All in
is
favor of this wording? No opposed? The wording is adopted. Thank you, Dale. Healthcare.
Oops, sorry.
Sorry.
Let's cheer you on.
That's fine.
Yeah, okay. Let's get it.
Wait, y'all, wait, we have a problem.
What?
It's correct. We have showed in the res twice.
Well, give me a second. I haven't finished. Good grief.
They really need to do. They should be.
What should?
Are you doing?
Yes.
Ready for
Okay.
Okay, I did go and read the 2019 paper, which I honestly did not know existed, so I promise we didn't copy. And one of the definitions that they had under there did include that fell in healthcare coverage was access to healthcare. So it makes us feel a little bit better about taking that healthcare coverage, like changing the topic, because it still seems like with the paper and some of the definitions that go along with it, that it will still allow access to healthcare to be one of the arguments that students could make under healthcare coverage.
Does anybody remember why we did this callback?
Yeah.
If it actually encompassed the meaning of the paper and what we were trying to get across as authors. And I know Brett and I wanted to look at it to see what.
So we've vetted that term. I think it's been vetted. Yeah, definitions.
Oh, we're not talking about healthcare, we're talking about coverage.
Oh.
I mean, you know, science and medical people, I'm not gonna argue semantics over one or two words. I don't think it's worth our time, right? We all want to go to dinner, so.
Yes, we will. Trying to fit it all on the screen is a challenge.
Just have a resolution longer than it fits on the screen at a certain font.
Or people squint and.
All right. Suggestion that we should adopt this wording. All of you in favor? Opposed? Dr. Weaver? Give the floor.
You call back one of them.
Do you need the screen?
Yeah. No,
Yes. I'll add the results afterwards.
Okay. And then
Was 33%.
What was that?
33%.
Shouldn't be anything else.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. Last time I spoke in here was there's been a lot that has happened. First of all, I want to congratulate the boarding Dr. February working. Yes, and Kevin, I wish for doing all fun. All right, and a special thanks too, because Rich jumped into the last minute. I think I emailed you on Tuesday asking you to share the committee. So thank you again for doing it. All right, it is now that time when we're going to do the voting for moving everything forward for tomorrow for balloting. A couple quick reminders is once we are done with the voting, it's the 33% threshold. So Kyle, I may need you to stand over there so you can count one side and I'll count the other side, just to make sure we're good. With this, we need, I believe it's 21 people to make sure they vote in affirmative of each one moving forward. Tomorrow, we switch the voting to be the state delegate votes only. So we'll walk through that process. We'll also walk through what the caucusing process is like as well. So there's multiple people from your state that you'd like to have conversations before you vote. There is going to be a 10-minute period of time between each one of those. So be prepared for that. I want you to talk about it with your people tonight. So you're ready, so you have a game plan on how you're going to be caucusing and how you're going to be getting all the feedback from people within your states. I know Lauren with the NSDA, you'll have something coming up with the. Okay, and then we have. Okay, then our NDCA. Megan, what's your process for that? Great, and NCFL, you have a process. Great. Not only you've got a process. Okay, great. All right, so I just want to bring it up before you are tallying votes tonight, just so everyone knows kind of what's in the room and what's going on for that. But talk about that with your constituents tonight, so everyone has a clear understanding. All right, so what we're gonna do now is, would you like me to read the entire resolution like I'm supposed to, or are you okay with just the titles? Great, I can stay on. All right. So here we go. Raise your hand, forward on to tomorrow, final day. Raise your hands high, please. Agriculture subsidy. Okay. Congratulations on agriculture. American Arctic policy. Again, you raise your hand high so I can see them. Okay. Congratulations, Arctic. Biomedical ethics. Congratulations, biomedical ethics. Copyright. All right. Critical infrastructure. Okay. Critical infrastructure. Food and nutrition security. That did not hit the 33. Disaster preparedness and resilience. You guys with disaster preparedness? Education reform. Congratulations, education reform. Electoral and democracy reform. Now, before you raise your hands, I don't want to see if I'm going to try to bolster anything. I need you to raise your hands. Okay, so we can see. Okay, electoral and democracy reform. Yep, we're good there. Congratulations, electoral reform. Financial regulation. Congratulations, financial regulations. Which sounds like a weird phrase. Future of goods health. Congratulations, future of US healthcare. Intellectual property rights. Congratulations, intellectual property rights. Nuclear weapons reduction. Okay, congratulations, nuclear weapons. Social media. Okay, congratulations, social media. Waste management. All right, congratulations, waste management. So these are the topics I'll move on to tomorrow. What will happen is we'll have a Google form that everyone will vote on as a state delegate. Your state will be listed and we will have the number of that happen on there just from previous years. There'll be a QR code that we'll have on the screens, as well as I believe Kyle, we've got it listed on the website. Great. They don't work tonight, so don't go to vote right now. And then as we progress to voting turn tomorrow, we'll adjust the balance down to the number of topics remaining. Yes.
Two things, Kyle will push out the list. Kyle will push out this list from the Google Doc shortly. And also just a firm reminder, we need those straw poll submissions for topics for next year's meeting. What's the deadline for that tomorrow? 10 a.m.
Yes, sir. 10. Next year's international. Just as a clarifier as well, this is the first year of that change. We now only have a 2 rotation. It'll be domestic on odd number meeting years and international on even number meeting years. So then I'll be flipped around to the actual years. Okay, and if you have not submitted your topic proposals for next year, there's a link on the website for you to go do that. Tomorrow, I will also have a QR code on the screen for you to scan when you walk in the morning. For you to go and submit those. Print as many if you want. Have a great night tonight. Remember, we start tomorrow morning at 8:30 and at 8 o'clock for breakfast. Yeah.